Welcome. Good morning, Miss Barney. Good morning. Whew. Hope you're having a good Saturday morning. Everything going good this morning, Barney? Can you guys hear me? Hit the like button, like, share, and or subscribe, please. Libby, welcome in, Libby. I'm okay. Welcome in, Libby. Welcome in. Good to have you. You're very welcome. Vin Fan, buenos dias, DD. Buenos dias, mi amigo. Buenos dias. Love it. Annie's in the house. Carol's in the house. Jim, good morning, DD. Good morning. Awesome. Granny Jackie is in the house. Always good to see everyone here, without a doubt. Miss not having enough 5 o'clock shows here the last few days, but you guys know what the deal is going on. April, hello, DD. Welcome. Welcome in, April. Good to see you. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Layla, welcome. Why? Because you want to hear a good conversation, Layla. That's why you're here. Although 5 is pretty early, but hey, much respect, much love. Thank you for being here. Oh, 6 a.m. Evie, laughing out loud. Okay. Well, thank you so much for being here, Layla. Appreciate you. Oh, Lordy. Carolina girl, good morning. Good morning, Carolina girl. Good morning to everybody, even the ones that are lurking. Here you can have your opinion, state your opinion, and everybody is entitled to their opinion. And you will get answers. Absolutely. Because everybody's opinion is important, without a doubt. I'm a dreamer. Jim, good to see you. Welcome in. I'm a dreamer. All right, all right. Well, anybody comes in, we'll just fill them in on what we're talking about. So, a little bit of new information that we got, and just the idea that coming back to this, and I know we've covered, just like everyone else has covered, the case with Nancy Guthrie. But there is a few things, dynamics that have changed a little bit. And then I don't think we've ever covered frame by frame the audio interview or the interview that Brianna Whitley did with KOVA with literally LD. So these are all opinions. These are not, I'm just going to cover this by not putting us in any bind or anything. But these are all opinions. These are not facts. These are thoughts and all entertainment purposes. And yeah, just read the thing and you'll see it. It's in the bio. Thank you so much, Fan. If I seem a little out of it, it's because my mind is kind of all over the place right now. Yesterday's visit was, let's just say, for a better lack of words, interesting. Um, and I just leave it at that. It was quite interesting. Um, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But thank you guys, appreciate it. So if I seem a little bit distant or a little bit out of it, just know it's that. You guys always are you guys are in this channel. You guys are literally very important to me, and I respect you all, and I love you all, and I thank you for all your kind words. So without further ado, let's get it. So we now have a timeline, or I should say timeline. We have a date. Remember with when LD got into his accident and we didn't really know. Thank you so much, Carolina girl. Appreciate that. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Appreciate all of you, Fin Fam, all of you guys. Appreciate it from top to bottom. You guys are amazing. Share the stream, like it, share it to everybody you know. Let's get those algorithms going, everybody. Let's try to get this channel to grow even more. We are growing, but let's get it to grow even more, because with more people, we have more opportunity to learn different views of opinion. So we now have, or we probably had, we just didn't know, a date apparently when LD crashed his vehicle. LD crashed his vehicle. We were trying to figure that out. So I'm going to go ahead and bring it out. Welcome in, Doug. Welcome in. Welcome in. Doug, if you want to come in, you're more than welcome to. I just sent you the link. All right. Miss Mandy, good morning, double dogs and pups. Good to have you, Miss Mandy. So we now have a date of when it appears that Luke Daly got in a car accident. April, thank you all for joining. Don't forget to hit the like for Dee. Layla, hugs Dee family. Smokey fired up. Spokane. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Appreciate it. So, welcome in, Doug. Doug is on the panel, just to let you guys know.
Thank you all. Good morning, dog.
All right. So, the date is now out of when I've been looking for this date of when LD has gotten into this accident, because I always feel like it was a major player in this whole case. And I still think it's still a play in the game, maybe not realizing the timing, but you'll understand when I go into this. So I'm going to add this picture, and you guys should see it right there. Now, I know it's probably small, but it's the best I could make it. So this picture here, this is up here is the case number. So there is a case number. It's TR26-004796-CV, V as in Victor. That's the case number of his accident. The offense date was January the 28th, 2026. Now, Nancy went missing, supposedly, according to the records, according to the police, on February the 1st. So this was right before she went missing. Like 1-2 days, maybe 3 days, somewhere about 3 days, 28, 29, 30, 31, maybe even 4 days. It's really close, but the theory that maybe she was in a blue vehicle screaming for help doesn't coincide with this. Okay, so we now know that accident that Luke had was on January the 28th. So that's definitely 4 days prior to when Nancy was taken. But there is an industry part to this, and that's what I want to get into. So they filed the charges on February the 24th. Now, this is kind of a little kind of odd, but I'm not sure why they waited so long. But the charges that were filed were February 24th, 2026. Definitely way after Nancy was abducted, taken, kidnapped. You fill in the blank. So I don't understand why the charges were filed that late. Maybe it's a process, maybe it's their procedure. I don't know, but it is what it is. Now, at the time of this accident, he was 36 years old. The charge of the category was the court, and the offense description was control speed, avoid accident. Now, on this CV, there's also when you go look at this case, you'll see that there was also found drug paraphernalia in the vehicle. Drug paraphernalia is not a big charge, really. It could have been scales. It could have been a pipe or something. Could have been just a small amount of weed or whatever the case. But it was not a. It's not drug paraphernalia. It's just stuff that you would use in for, like I said, smoking pipe to use for marijuana or whatever drug. But it's not a huge. It's not really a big charge at all. It's just a continual added charge. But drug paraphernalia was on there. And if you go look at the case number, you shall see that information. You got the case number in front of you. If you want to copy it, take a picture of it or whatever, go ahead and then take it and look it up. You should be able to find exactly now when this happened. And I'm assuming this is correct. So I have not taken this right here and verified it to the exact extent, but I'm just going to say, to cover my ass, you know, this is what I gathered already. And it's my opinion that this is the actual time. It wouldn't coincide with what I was thinking, because I was thinking maybe after she was kidnapped, taken, or abducted, or whatever you want to fill in the blank with, being Nancy Guthrie, that maybe it was right after that time, okay, within that time span before he got served his search warrant. So this was the blue Charger that he drove. Now, once again, you can take that information and look it up and see what you can find on it. And if something's off, you let me know. But as at this point, that's what we're going for, because that's what we found. That's what we have. I've watched other people's streams. No one really had anything. And then here recently, I was able to see something in somebody's live, and I was like, oh my God. So it's very newsworthy. Of course, you can see at the top, they got it from truthfinder.com. So somebody actually paid to get this. Okay. That's probably why we couldn't find it. So there is the accident date. The accident date was January 28th. Now, it blows a theory of mine of that it happened after the time when Nancy was abducted. So that kind of scratches that off the table. Okay. That scratches that off the table. Now I'm going to go back in here just to see the comments. Jim, Christine, welcome in, Christine. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Doug, all right, all right. So we're good still. So that's what that was. So we now have a date of when this accident happened. Why they made a big fuss as to putting it out there, or why it was so difficult to find, or why somebody had to go to Truth Finder to find it. It's a million questions on you could ask why. Nevertheless, that's what we have. So now let me get into the theory. So it's not all lost here. And let me explain to you why. Because in this accident that happened 4 days prior, okay, we know that, and this is all just opinion, okay? So I want everybody to understand that. So we know that in this whole thing, 4 days prior, we know that Portuguese had a really swollen hand. Okay, remember his hands? And I can go to that to show you. Portuguese had a very, very, for a better lack of words, he had a very swollen hand. This one, no. No, I'm looking for it. Just give me 1 second. He seemed like he cupped his right hand right here, and I'll go ahead and add this. It's kind of a little bit hard to see on this one, so just bear with me. All right. Let's see here. Okay, let's go here. Now you can't really tell here. Okay. Give me a second. Bringing it up. So it's kind of hard to see here, but you can see how he's cupping this hand. He's not using it for hardly anything. Okay. Now that's the same hand you'll notice that Luke's was swollen. And when we got the really close up look, you could see that it definitely was swollen. Not saying that this is who it is, not saying he's the one, just saying that Porch Guy has a swollen right hand. And when you look at the other pictures that are a little bit more closer up, you can see where this person, Porch Guy, has a swollen hand. Okay. And if you can see here, it's almost like he's holding everything on his left hand. He might be left handed. He's holding everything on his left hand. But the reality is that you can see that his hand here, he's not trying to use this arm at all, this hand. Okay. And now I know I say, well, it's swollen, but you guys have seen the other pictures that have been more. This guy is protecting this arm. You can see where this arm is being protected because he's not wanting to utilize it in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Now, like I said, the other pictures are literally. Oh, you guys didn't see it. I'm sorry. So you guys can see right here where the picture here, it's kind of hard to see, but you guys can see for anything. And something happened to this hand. Now we've seen other pictures where it's more closer up that you're going to be able to see that definitely it is swollen. He is protecting it. He is very much protecting it. And I'm going to go to another picture that's going to show you even a better shot than that. Let's see here. I'm going to go to a better shot to show you. All right, hang on a second. Let's go here. Let's see if I can find it. Nope. Let's see this one. Yeah. Well, this one is the hand. Okay, let me go ahead and get that one up. But this one here is going to be not of the porch guy. We've seen it. I have to find it. But this is of LD's hand right here. Okay. Share screen. And I think it's this one. Yeah. So in this one here, you guys can see the hand literally. You can see how he's trying to button up or put this mic on, and he's having a hard time. Now look at this right here, his fist right here. Now I know this is not the porch guy here, okay, as far as the picture of the porch guy, but his right hand right here is swollen. Okay, it's swollen. You can see it. You can see it clear as day. And he's having a hard time adjusting what he's adjusting here, which I believe is the mic before he started the interview with Brianna Whitney. Okay. Welcome in, Bruce. Welcome in. Good to have you. Debbie, welcome in, Debbie. Good to have you. So you can see his hand here. And if I blow it up, you can see how it's really swollen right here. It's pretty obvious it's swollen right here. Now, think about it. He's driving the vehicle. He's got his right hand on the steering wheel. I'm just guessing here. He gets in a car accident. He smashes this hand. This hand is swollen. That I can tell you. And you can see it where it's swollen. Okay? This part right here. Right where the knuckles are. So he's having a hard time. He's grabbing it with his left hand on what he's trying to do, but he's having a very hard time getting whatever he's adjusting right there to his shirt. You can see that. Okay. So now I'm going to go back. Now, why is that important? Well, because the accident happened according to that citation ticket accident report that was issued. That accident happened on January 28th, which means what? It means that he very well could have been in that accident. And then the porch guy now is walking very gingerly. First of all, we saw how he was moving to get the flowers, how he was moving to get the little shrubbery to cover the camera. He wasn't like moving like normal. He was moving very methodically, very detailed. But you notice when he got his hand up there, he would not use that, literally that right hand. That right hand he did not want to use at all. And we all remember seeing it. We all remember seeing it. So it may have not been what I thought, that Nancy could have been in that blue car for the lady that was screaming. It may have not. I may have been off on that. But it's very possible that because his right hand was swollen from that accident, and we do know it was swollen, ironically, you can see it on him and you can see it literally on Porch Guy. Now, we could look at that and say that's a coincidence. That's very possible. We could say it's a coincidence. How many times have we said everything has been a damn coincidence? Right? Can't all be a coincidence, everybody. Let's just be honest. It can't all be a coincidence. I'm not saying he's a porch guy. I'm saying he's got a right hand of his knuckles right here that are very swollen. I mean, you can see it. It is so obvious. He's having a hard time finagling this little thing right here. Okay, whether I think it's the mic. He's having a hard time putting it on or adjusting it or whatever. Okay, we know Porch Guy had a bum right hand. He didn't want to use it. It was almost like he had it dangling there, holding it, but he was using his left hand to do everything. but the right hand was just kind of sitting there like I did not want to move it. That could be explained by if he was in an accident 4 days prior to this happening. What could have happened? Well, we don't know what happened exactly. Okay, you can pull up the report and it'll tell you what happened, the details, and all that kind of stuff. I don't have that in front of me right now. I haven't pulled that up completely, but you can surmise that somewhere in the process he got into this accident and he hurt that hand. Now, just what if? Now, this is a just what if. What if the dynamics are the same, that he hurt his hand, trial run, I don't know, whatever, he hurt his hand. So then you combine that with the fact that Porch Guy has the right hand that is also. Now, when I drive, I'm driving like this, okay, because I'm right-handed. I'm going to drive like this. And if somebody gets in front of me or somebody slams their brakes or I lose control, which is what that ticket said, that case number said, that a loss of control and to avoid an accident, okay? So if I'm driving, all of a sudden, kapow, I hit something or I go off the road to avoid an accident and I hit a tree or something, that's going to total that whole front end, just like it was. And my hand is going to go into my body more than likely. That's going to cause that to be damaged. Now, I know some say he may be a left-handed, the Porch Guy, but it's pretty obvious that his right hand is what got hurt, okay? Kind of like what you're seeing here. So let me answer some of these questions here, everybody. Give me a second. All right. Deb says, which hand is swollen? The right. Correct. That right there in this part, you can see where it's really swollen right there. Jim, Bruce, good to see you, Bruce. Hi, Thomas, Bruce. Hi, Jim. April, hello, Bruce. Bruce, thanks, April, for say hi. Hope you're having a good morning. Jim, thanks for saying hi, my friend. Debbie, did they not question him on the swollen hand? I'm not really sure if they did, Deb. I'm going to say inexperience. Remember, experience is so crucial. Experience is so crucial in law enforcement, okay? I don't know if they did or not. I'm going to say it's possible they did, and just as much I'm going to say it's possible they did it. I don't know. All I do know is I can see from that picture right there in front of you, that hand is swollen. The accident happened 4 days prior to Nancy being taken. So now 4 days prior to Nancy being taken, the Porch Guy's hand is swollen. The way it looks here, this guy's right hand is swollen. I'm not sure you can make all these, like people can make all these things that, oh, well, it's just a coincidence. I'm not buying it. I'm not saying it's him. I'm saying if they didn't talk to him about that hand, what happened, I sure as hell would say he's a person of interest. And to me, all that is someone that law enforcement needs to go back and talk to if they didn't ask him that question, what happened to your hand? You know, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it is him. I'm saying it's awful interesting how he has a right hand that is swollen. The Porch Guy had his right hand that was swollen and not moving very fast. And this was all possibly, we don't know when he hurt his right hand, being this gentleman in the front of the picture, LD. We don't know when he hurt his hand, but it would make sense that probably 4 days prior to Nancy being taken, the hand was swollen. You know what I'm saying? Prior to her being taken, there was an accident, and he very well could have literally got his hand hurt in that process. Not as much to say I'm not going to do X, Y, and Z, but enough to say you can't hide the fact, right? It's pretty obvious. Jim, share it, everybody. Bruce, hi, Deb. Annie, I never saw the interview. We're going to see it. We're going to see it here in 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes. I'm a dreamer. Good morning, Bruce. Thomas Davis. Yes, he has a problem with the right arm, but if you look at his shoulder, it's sloped. Absolutely. That whole right side of his, I don't want to say body, but that whole right side of his arm is definitely hurting because he's trying to, excuse me, he's trying to cup it. In other words, he's trying to hold it like such, right? He's trying to keep it like, I don't want to move it. I'll do everything with this hand. I'll do everything with my left hand, but my right hand, I'm not moving it because that sucker hurts. That's why when you see him in the picture, he's trying to finagle it. All he's trying to do is just like real gingerly either get that mic situated or button up that mic with it to his button or whatever in the hell he's doing. But for a fact he is moving like a sloth because it hurts. Well, there was an accident 4 days prior to this. Coincidence? I don't know. My opinion, I don't think so. Thomas, yes, he has a problem. Jolene, my mind came on the Porsche guy, was trying to get the camera off there. Very awkward, just like him trying to button that shirt. He's having a hard time. The camera guy wasn't utilizing his right hand at all. Matter of fact, like I said, he had it just hanging there. So this is why I'm bringing this up now. Thank you so much, A to Z, and welcome in. Very good questions, everybody. Good observation, says April. April, swollen hand, same position as Porsche guy at camera. He had that right there, right next to him, against his body, so he knew where it's at all times. He did not want to finagle with that hand. Coincidence? I'm not buying it. Do I think he's the Porsche guy? All I can tell you is, in my opinion, he's got a bum hand, bum arm. The Porsche guy had the same situation as the problem that he had with his arm. And I'll let everybody make their own opinion on that. Jolene, Luke would make the perfect Porsche guy. He didn't seem like very smart. He seems like he would go along with anything that somebody would have offered him money to do a perfect fit. Well said, Jolene. Well said. Click that like, everybody. Click that like. Do me that favor. AZ, thank you so much for always supporting the channel, my friend. Thank you for the 30 joules for the flower. Fin Fan, he's definitely left-handed. He's definitely left-handed, and he cannot move that right hand to save his butt, in my opinion. He's definitely left-handed. April, thank you for the gift, AZ. Libby, Didi, do you have, I don't have X, Libby. You know what? I think I'm going to break down, and I'm just going to bring it up. I'm gonna get X, Libby. I said I need to do this, and it's same as Facebook. And I'm just gonna make it from Devil Dog as the name. By the end of today, God willing, I will have those up because I know that a lot of you guys have information, and there's a lot of information in X. I just don't care 2 cents for certain individuals who run X, to be honest. And I don't like where Facebook is going, and I don't like where TikTok is going. That's why I kind of got with YouTube. But nevertheless, for this sake and purposes, I will go ahead and get those because I know you guys have a lot of that X. And I have my reasons. Make no mistake, I do have my reasons. Jolene, I wonder if the car was a standard or not. Well, it was a Charger. The car was a Dodge Charger. And I think those gears are in the bottom. The shifting mechanism is like if you put your hand down to squeeze the button and push the lever down, it's going to go ahead and shift like that. I don't think it's standard where it's, clutch and all that stuff. I think this one here is probably going to be an automatic, but on the floor down by your side is what I'm thinking. His hand over the shifter, yes. Whenever he went forward and busted, yes. That's a very good point. That's a very good illustration point. Well done, Jolene. So Jolene is saying that his hand is down on the shifter. He's got his left hand up, and as he got into that accident, that right hand would have went forward. And you think about it, your whole body, kapow. You just gotta be able to sit there and go, you're driving, oh God, you swirl, you swerve, your body goes forward, your hand goes forward, and kapow hits the dash on that front part where that handle is. Yeah, very, very good point. And that's very, very possible, guys. Welcome in, Libby says, Doug. Fin, look at gun, his left hand protecting the gun. Yes. Yes. Everything is done with the left hand. So, yeah, I would say he's probably left-handed. I would say he is probably left-handed. As well as I would say it would make sense that if he got in an accident, which we can see the report 4 days prior, and they probably maybe he was told, maybe they told this individual or someone else, hey, you're not in good shape. Oh, I got it. I'm just saying that's just an observation and an opinion. That's not fact. The gun was positioned, the pew was positioned in his, I want to say like if he was going to reach it with his left hand. I'd have to look at it, but I'll go back to see if I can find that for you all. Thomas, with the high impact, you can there break or dislocate it. Even your whole arm, because your whole arm is going to jog forward instantly. Like, bam, bam, right now. So if that's going to happen, bam, bam, you're going to go with it. Your whole shoulder is going to be hurting. Your hand is going to be busting probably on that front part of the dash as you go forward, right? So it's pretty you can see that image happening, I guess is what I'm saying. Very well said, Thomas. April, Finn, wonder if dominant hand is injured, he would use the other one. It's a very possibility. Here's the deal. Whoever did this did it with a hurt right hand and or shoulder. They were protecting that right hand and shoulder. The porch guy was protecting it. His holding it is very similar to this individual. Let's not kid ourselves. Not saying he's the porch guy. I'm just saying, in my opinion, it looks very similar to there's something wrong with his hand, his right hand. Deb, DD, are you right-handed or left? I am right-handed. Now, when I drive, I'll hold my hand on the steering wheel, okay, either on my left, and if I got my gear shift, it's going to be my right because it's always on the middle, right? You never see a gear shift on the left. However, I have done this number just driving and got my hand off the gear shift because I feel comfortable with my right. But when I do have my gear, like I don't know, I get in that mood where I'm feeling like, okay, we're a race car driver, you don't say that, but you know what I mean? You get in that mood where you put your hand on your thing and you kind of lean over a little bit and you're driving. I've done that numerous times. So yeah, to answer that question, yes. Fin, the position you're going to appropriately, right? Right. Well, mine would be in the right on my right hip because I'm right-handed. This individual had his in the middle between his crotch. I'm just trying to remember which side the handle was. Was it facing the left or facing the right? I want to say it's facing the left because if he had to use it, he would have had to use his left hand because he can't use his right hand. That would make sense to me. AZ says, question, so how excited should we be that there's a new detective talking over the case? Allegedly, the original has been promoted to lieutenant, so this guy, detective in charge, while new eyes What do you think? Look, I think new eyes are always good, especially if they're experienced new eyes. I don't think you can just throw new eyes on anything and it's going to be a good deal. The only way it's going to be a good deal is if you got new eyes looking at it and he has or she has experience, she knows what she's looking for or he knows what he's looking for, then I would say that's awesome because new eyes always see things differently, right? They're not already like embedded in their head on what they're expecting. However, if it's a new eyes like just getting somebody with like a year in or less than a year in, and he's going to be now the guy calling it. Well, it's just like the blind leading the blind, in my opinion. That's what I think. But do I think it could be good? Absolutely, it would be great if they have some experience to back that up. You know what I mean? Because if they only have that year in or so and they've never worked a case like this, well, it's all going to be foreign to them, right? You know what I mean? It's all going to be foreign. But new eyes on a case always helps, especially when they have experience. It helps big time. That's my opinion. Good question, AZ. April, Finn, Annie, I didn't have it. X either. Bruce, Devil Dog, just got back. My internet just went completely out, and now what's going on with it? Well, glad you're back, my friend. Fin, unless you're talented, Deb, men use both hands. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I can drive with my left. I can't do a whole lot other than, I can't do a whole lot with my left. I mean, I can at a very slow pace, but where my right, I can just go ahead and do what I got to do, right? I can just grab whatever, do whatever. But my left, I can do that. It just doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Libby, amazing. Bruce, hi, Annie. Libby, can I email you? Yes, absolutely. If one of the mods will put up my email, I'd appreciate that. Libby, they're going to be putting up the email. Just keep scrolling down and you'll see it. Absolutely, you can. Bruce, hi, Fin Fan. Good to see you, my friend. Annie, I don't have X. Hi, Bruce. Annie, hi, Bruce. April, I have all platforms, but mostly on YouTube. Thank you, Libby. I appreciate it. All right.
Yeah, I'm still here, Annie.
Let's see here. Okay, so
Letting dog do his little thing.
it's okay. Hang on a second here. You know what? Libby, do me a favor and send it to this email here.
She already found it in your bio and emailed you, she said.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's the wrong
Oh,
one.
it's another one, yeah. I have problems with your emails too, all of them still.
Yeah, I know. It was fine at first, and then that's why we even put the hold on the wish list on Amazon because we were having issues. So we just said, screw that, wait for a while until we get all sorted out.
Ready for a little dog analysis, dog?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Email. Okay, there you go. Send me that, Libby, if you can, to the to the email address I just went ahead and sent you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Don't forget to hit the likes and subscribe, says April. FinFan, his left hand is over the gun, protecting it over it. Watch it. I definitely will. Definitely will. I'll try to pull it up here in a few. FinFan, Deb, your dominant hand always trigger hand, even if ambidextric. Right. Jolene, I thought at first he had that, but I cough trigger finger, sometimes Doppler or something where the hand would draw in, but I don't think that's what it was. I think it was his just hurt. Yes, it's possible. Annie, I'll definitely take a look. Annie, in my opinion, Porsche guy was a stage, and you may be right, Annie. You might be right. I just find it very ironic that you have him getting in a car accident 4 days prior. You have Porch Guy has a bummed right hand, or yeah, a bum right hand swollen with his arm. Obviously, is you could tell it. You know, he's hurting. You can tell that this guy got into a car accident because you have the report now that we could never have before. So it just makes everything seem so like it's right in front of you. But that's a good opinion, no doubt. I think it was stage 2. That's why they think put Luke there because he was too dumb to do it. And you may be totally right, Jolene. You and Annie may be 100%. I'm just saying it's just ironic that both of these individuals have a hand that's the same hand that they seem to be having trouble with. Jolene, he looked drugged up in porch cam. Jolene, now I will shoot left overhanded. Either one, which way is easier to me to get a shot? I can shoot just as right or left, and I am right-handed. Got you. And see, I'm opposite. I'm all right-handed. I mean, I can. If I go real slow, I can shoot left-handed, but I'm not telling you I'm going to hit anything. But in the right hand, I can tell you, I think I will hit center mass every time. Just saying. Oleg, morning, all. I'm so late. You're good, Oleg. The gun position is still odd to me, right? Annie, Doug, you still there? Yes, that's why you said that, Doug. Fan, I'm gonna give him the floor. Just give me a sec.
No,
I'm
you're good.
just threatening measures. Jim, I didn't write you a new email down, Didi. Sorry. No worries. No worries. No worries, April. Thank you. Already found it in the bio and emailed you. Okay. And that USMC should be all in small caps, just to let you know, guys. USMC is all in small caps. Everything is small. Libby, no problem. Not new info, but just the official court file. Thank you so much. Thank you. Annie, okay, Doug, Devil, USMC, Walker, DD email posted. Hi, Jim. Thanks, Carol. I wrote it down this time, Carol. No problem. Thomas D, do you have the video him walking as I think he may have? Yes, I do have that, and I will pull it up. FinFan, Thomas, you didn't know about the leg and gait. Any, but also you have to look at the way he holds his hand. Libby, okay, Senate. Thank you, Libby, thank you. FinFan, there's and thousands of people walk like that. Good luck. All right, go ahead, Doug. Tell them tell us all your thinking. What you got?
You want to analyze by Doug. First, I want to look at the picture as a whole. And
Okay.
if you look at both hands, they both kind of look swollen to me.
Okay.
It's like equally swollen. And so does his face. If you compare this photo to the other photos of Luke, to me, it looks like he just put on water weight.
Right.
And not only that, this video
Uh-huh.
was from March 2nd. The
Okay.
accident was on January 28th. So
Right.
that was over a month later. And I think if it was an injury that left that hand swollen for a month, there would be some type of bruising, which we don't have any bruising on this hand. So and then when you go to the eyes and all that, and you match up the eyes to the porch guys, they just don't match up. I
Right.
see similarities. I just personally don't think this is the porch guy. If porch guy video is even real.
Right. And
In my
that's
opinion,
a good analysis, no doubt.
porch guy video isn't even real, in my opinion. I think it's an AI compilation of thumbnails compiled with the evidence they found on the scene that day. And I think the cops intentionally made him look like a doofus in hopes that he would come out and say, hey, that's not how it happened, because we have to assume that this person would be a narcissist.
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking at this video of himself on the TV and it's not real and that's not the way it happened. I think that the FBI was hoping that it would trigger him. That's my opinion.
Right. No, and that's a fair analysis. Here's the thinking here's how I process everybody's opinion. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and this is to everybody. So if you think this was something basic as a basic, when I say basic, what I'm saying is if you think this was something of a kidnapping that was done like a routinely type. Now I'm not talking about the communication between the TV channels and all that garbage. I'm talking about if you think this was a simple, and I don't want to misstate my words here. When I say simple, I mean a normal, conventional. This is it. Okay, look at the facts. Go here, here, here. I'm saying it is very possible this could be the porch guy. If you're looking at it from an in-depth process that like Doug just pointed out, by the bruises and this and that and the other, and then the late. And if you look at from a complexity, Doug may be right. You may be right. You're going to see a different view of it. For me, do I think he is hurting? I do think he's hurting physically from this. Now, the accident happened on the 28th of January, supposedly. The 28th of January.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to go look to see when this when and then of course the perp taking Nancy was on the 4th. Okay, or I'm sorry, the 1st. So the 1st she was taken. 4 days later. Now I would have to see how. When did you say this interview
This
was?
interview was March 2nd with
Okay,
Brianna Whitney.
so you would think you would see a little. It really depends on the bruising, and from here I can see it's bruised as heck. Okay, no doubt about it. It is bruised. Now, as far as like, well, his face and I don't see the discoloration. If you think this was staged, then honestly, nothing really matters because you already think it's staged, right? If you think
Right.
it's staged, then there's nothing you can see in there that's going to make any type of it's not going to make any type of sense to you if you think it's staged, because if it's staged, then it didn't happen. If you think that wasn't staged, then the possibilities are there. So I guess what I'm saying is either one could be right. Either one could be right, as in, could it be staged? I'm just not looking at the complexity of they went out of their way to make this into a big thing where they were going to stage it and do this and do. I just don't think these people are that smart. That's just my opinion. Okay, I don't think these people are that smart. I don't give them that much credit. Yeah, they got away because of a lot of dynamics. They got away with it so far because of a lot of missteps by Pima County Sheriff's Office and a lot of stupidity decisions that were made. I believe that helped them stay basically untouched to this point, and maybe they will end up being untouched at the end. I don't know. But if you think this was something that was done staged, then right off the get-go, none of this is going to make any sense. It really isn't, because you're looking at it from a perspective that it's more advanced level that they did all this. I'm just not sure that I buy the fact that all this stuff was done because these people were really smart. I just don't buy that. I think these people were not very smart at all, in my opinion. So that's where you get the different views. And it's okay to have those opinions, because it does help me. Like now, when you say that, and I know where you usually stand, in my mind, I'm trying to process it going, and I just don't see the smarts being able to do all that. That's why I haven't come to that conclusion. Maybe something else will break, and then I'll go, you know what? That does make sense. That really does make sense. So it's awesome to have these different thoughts, because otherwise if we always just agreed with one another, then what the hell are we even learning? So I really appreciate that. I really truly
Right.
do.
I don't think it stays. I just don't think the video itself is authentic.
Got you.
I
Okay.
think that it
Yes.
happened the way that it happened when law enforcement shows up. They see the blood on the front porch. They see the camera missing. They see the foliage on the ground, and they have this thumbnail. You were to take that information and plug it into an AI system, you would get some sort of video that we got of Porch Guy. And I think the gun being where it is could be an additive to make him look silly and stupid and a bumbling idiot.
Right.
And I think the FBI has the wherewithal to use psychological warfare. I think it was a tactic, and that video was actually for the perpetrators, not for the viewers.
Got you. And that,
It was
yeah, that I mean, that it makes sense. Like I said, when you explain it like that, it makes perfect sense. If you believe that not that it didn't happen, but that it was all programmed a certain way to make it look like this, that, and the other. I totally agree with you. I'm just not there yet.
where's the rest of the video? I think
Yeah.
if that video was authentic, we would have other video.
Well,
Why is it we only
true,
have a
true.
30-second clip of this Porch Guy? We don't have any other video, and they say there is no other video.
And that's a good point.
I think it's because there never was any video. The video that we got was created.
Right.
And I mean, Cash Patel even tries to claim credit for it, but it wasn't the FBI that recovered the video. If it was real, it was Google that recovered the video.
Right. No, I agree with what you're saying. I really agree with what you're saying. I guess I'm just not there yet. Maybe I'll get there here in another month or so, or another week, or a couple of days, or who knows. Maybe I'll get there. I'm just not there yet. But hey, that's a very valid point. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I could be completely wrong. That's
No. That's a
how I
valid
see
point,
it.
man. I get it. I totally understand that. Jolie's, sorry, April. Good point, Doug. April reaching, but could the Porsche video be AI to set up Luke since they swatted him? Because I'm not sure either that video is real because of the background, in my opinion. It's very possible. It's very possible. Once again, if you're looking at the point, like I just said, that this is more organized and more enhanced in the sense that like this is a higher type of level, then I would say, yeah, you're probably right. I'm just not there to believe that. I'm not there yet. I could get there, just not there yet. Just
Gotcha.
not there yet. But I totally, yeah, you guys make a good point. Marianne, one reason I agree with Doug about the video is because I like Doug and he's a great guy. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I just said that. One reason I agree with Doug about the video is because I can't believe that no one can recognize the Porch Guy after six. And, Doug had a good point. He said, take that picture, try to put it as like the bad guy, the Porch Guy, and do that background and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, you would think they have capabilities of doing that. Why they haven't, or why they did, and I don't know. I can't speak for, nor will I ever try to speak for this FBI and or Pima County Sheriff's Office. But I do agree. That's a good point, Marianne. Very good point. Ole, hi, Marianne. Good morning, Marianne. April, yes, Marianne, and I questioned it from the beginning. Marianne Wright believes I actually know who is involved. The Runaways. Very, very possible. Oh, and and just so for the, as people would say, for shits and giggles, I still think A&T are involved. Okay. I'm just saying this guy has always been my number one, and I've always said this guy, A&T and DC, were going to be in a combination of some sort. We're going to be, in my opinion, for better lack of words, the team. Now, I could be totally wrong, but I've been saying that from the get-go. So I totally agree that this could be what, like Doug and Marianne and what you guys are surmising. I could see that. Uh, I'm just not there yet. But just because I'm saying that I think this guy has a lot of the similarities of the porch guy, I'm not saying it's only him. By no way means. I still think A&T is also involved, along with possibly DC. Those are the four that I've always thought, all
Yeah,
in some type of conjecture or in some type of combination. I've always felt, and that's not to exclude KD, okay, who was
there you go.
who was the girlfriend of LD at one point, or for better lack of words, it appeared that she was the girlfriend of LD. So I'm not throwing her like she's not in that play too. It's just that she would be an added part to me because of LD, and she could be playing a major role, but the still to me the mastermind behind that is somewhere else. And that's why I'm saying, so if you hear me say I think it could be this individual, I'm not saying it's just one individual. And for the like Doug said earlier, at worst case scenario, he could be the guy that they just threw out there as the dummy, you know. And that I agree. I don't think he's the mastermind in no way means. Do not misconfuse that. Okay, he is not the mastermind, in my opinion. But he definitely would be a stooge out there looking for some apples on the ground or something, That's what I see. Okay. But no, I can get there. I'm just not there yet. April, I love Bo Didi and Doug's opinions. Very solid opinions, without a doubt. Me too, April. Jolene, I've got my head that was like on the porch, and the son-in-law had it set up and hired people to do, and he's just damn lucky that Nano's messed up. That's a very good point, Jolene, because I think the way the case was handled is a big part of the reason why no one has gotten caught yet. Without a doubt. There's no doubt in my mind. The way that case was handled and the decisions that were made in that case, I do believe exactly what you're saying, that had a big factor in why this case has gone as long and as crazy as it has gotten. Just my opinion, but I agree with that. Alyssa, good morning, everyone. Welcome in, Alyssa. Click those likes, guys, as you come in. And ladies, as you come in, click the likes. Do me that favor, please. Share the stream out with your followers. Let's get this channel to grow. Luke on porch, not like sorry. Okay. I'm a dreamer. Allie, good morning. I'm a dreamer. Allie, good morning. Jim, Allie, Ocean, welcome in, Ocean. Morning, all. Good morning. CB's in the house. Good morning, CB. Please hit the like as you guys come in and share it. Marianne, hi, Ocean. Hi, CB. Jim, Google, have video to FBI. Doug, Cash Patel got Google to release the FBI, but that video is not complete. That video is not complete, says Jim. I'm a CB. Good point, Jim. I'm a CB dreamer. CB, good to see you, April. Just my opinion, but I will always think T until I am proven wrong. Yeah, I agree. I think honestly that's probably the leader of the pack to put this all together, I guess is the best way to put it. I do not think 1 minute that the picture you're seeing on the screen is the guy who was the mastermind. He couldn't fight himself out of a wet paper bag, in my opinion. Just saying. Jim, Ocean Waves, Annie, April, say it loud. Ocean Waves, Marianne, Ocean Waves, Jim. Annie, this is a bad case. I don't know why they were ever allowed to leave cleared, then not cleared. Because that's the nano effect. That is the nano effect. You know, when you do all this and you process all this, at the end of the day, you go, it's freaking nano effect. Nano created this confusion just by opening his mouth. And I hate to say that, but that's just the reality, in my opinion. Annie, exactly, I agree. Miss Mandy, no doubt about it. No doubt about that, dog. Annie, thank you, April. Cicely, good morning, Cicely. Welcome in. Click those likes, everybody. Share the stream. Do me that favor. Now, Doug, do you have anything before I start the video?
What was I going to say? I was going to say
Good morning,
something.
Gene. Good morning. Welcome in, Gene.
Actually, dog, I'll be right back. I got to take a call.
Okay.
Play the video. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm going to go to the video now, guys. And I'm going to break this down every way through, okay? So it's not going to be as smooth because I'm going to stop it and I'm going to have some conversation in there. Good morning, Purple. Welcome in. Click that like, everybody. Marianne, hi, Cicely, and Jean. All right. Let me go in here. Let me get rid of this. Let me go here. Great live, everybody. Great live. Great questions. Great opinions. No doubt. All right, let's see. Okay, here we go. Now, I'm going to break it down, like I said, so it's not going to be smooth, and then we'll go again, and I'll just let it run through, okay? Because there's a lot of things that I see here. That didn't take long. So right away, I'm looking at how he's so fidgety, how he's sweating like a storm. Of course, that didn't help that he wore a long sleeve shirt and a jacket and sweater or whatever in the hell he had on. It didn't help any, I'm sure. And it just seems like, you know, he's trying to make you feel like, nope, not me. But it's not like he can't even look at her in her eyes as she's asking these questions. And these are big tell signs of when somebody is just not being truthful. Now, not saying that he's not or is, just saying, in my opinion, it just doesn't seem like that to me. I think this video speaks volume. This is what made me feel that there was no way in hell that this guy, in my opinion, didn't have something to do with something. That read up, excuse me, the best way I can put it. So let's go back. I hate to do this to you guys, keep stopping it, but you see what it's saying, his response? I hate to that head bobbing. I hate to go ahead and I don't, you know, this is a man who is supposed to be trying to prove, to get people to see, I am not that guy. I can't see it. Oh, so sorry. My bad. Sorry. Let me start at the beginning. I am so sorry. Thank you, guys. My bad. All right. There you go.
Person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me, but absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe.
Yeah, see, I just don't buy that. You can see the fidgeting, you can see the mannerisms, and I know some people will say, I think he's just scared or shy. Well, yeah, he should be, because he is trying to prove to the people that he had nothing to do with this. And all he did in this interview was sink his own ship, literally. Literally. Can you guys see it now, the video? You should be able to see it. Can somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see the video? Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see the video. Okay, thank you. All right. So that's why I'm saying that it's not, that there's no way that this guy is not responding like you would think somebody who didn't have anything to do with or know what was going on. Just my opinion. Here we go. Look at his shaking of the head. Look at the non-direct and looking at her directly. You know, I get some people don't like this and that. Maybe he finds her attractive or something, and that's why he doesn't want to look at her. But the reality is this, folks. When someone's asking you a question, hey, so-and-so, so you don't know anybody that did anything? No, I don't. Period. Do you know this and that? Nope, nothing. No, no, no. The one simple word, no. Can't say yes, obviously, right? But he goes on this little bobbing and weaving the head, looking away from her, not wanting to tell her, like looking at her. There's a lot of signs here of maybe some untruths. And I know some people will say that it's probably he's scared, but he should be, because this video didn't do nothing to save his butt as far as in public opinion. Here we go.
But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case, and that's it.
Explain to me what happened on the night you were detained, where you were, you're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home. I noticed two sheriff vehicles following me. They pulled me over at the Culvers right there. Asked me to get out of the car. Didn't tell me what it was about. So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that the detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw like FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case. I'm like, this should be easy. Like, I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on. But the whole time during the questioning,
Do you see how he's acting in this whole interview so far? Ole was blocking your comment and I hit the wrong button. Please repeat it, hun. Sorry. Okay. No worries. No worries. Let's see here.
Last person. Is that you?
it's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me, but absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case, and that's it.
Explain to me what happened on the night you were detained, where you were, you're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home. I noticed two sheriff vehicles following me. They pulled me over at the Culvers right there. Asked me to get out of the car. Didn't tell me what it was about. So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw like FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case. I'm like, this should be easy. Like, I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on.
Okay, so you see all the movements, you see the eyes shifting back and forth, looking from right to left, looking down. There is some, deception. There's some what I would consider, in my opinion, because of some of the classes I have taken in law enforcement, to know of deception, of knowing when the eyes are shifting to the right, to the left, going down, not looking at the individual who's asking the questions. And I get it. Some people would think, well, maybe he's just nervous, but he should be nervous because he's doing a horrible job. And that usually is what happens if you're not being truthful, in my opinion, and in the way that they always taught us to kind of know when someone is trying to lie. These are signs that you will see, certain clues. They call them clues. Thomas says he is saying a lot of wonder why. He's definitely not the leader, Thomas. Ole, hi, Bruce, Devil Dog. Would anyone say that this be easy done? Yeah, I get you. I totally get you. Purple, I always thought the fourth guy is a woman. I am now wondering if this is the guy's mother who was also interviewed. That's who this guy is the son of the mother who was interviewed also. I'm a dreamer. Thomas, I don't know, but it drives me crazy. Now, here's the other thing you need to look at. He said in there that oh, I saw the two sheriff's cars and I said to myself, oh, this should be easy. This should be about the Nancy, he said, this should be about the Nancy Guthrie case. And then he said, this should be easy. I had nothing to do with it. Well, this should be easy. So if this was easy, what was the hard ones? What are the hard ones that the law enforcement doesn't know about that would be difficult for him to explain? Because by saying, this should be easy. Oh, well, is there other ones that should be harder? I mean, you follow me? It's almost like he's not thinking clearly on his words that he's using. I just throw that in there as an additive to surmise that he is continuing to oh, this one should be easy because I had nothing to do with this because, this should be easy. Well, which ones are the hard ones? Doesn't mean a whole lot necessarily right now, but just follow the pattern, follow him looking around, following where everything's going, following where everything's at, see his mannerisms, and then tell me what you think. Here we go, everybody.
But the whole time during the questioning, didn't really seem like more of like a fishing expedition for them to try to get me to say something because all the dates I was telling them where I was, things like that. I'm like, all you'd have to do is look at my phone and see my location. It was nowhere near anywhere or have any connection to this. But still, it was tough, being there. I don't trust the FBI to the extent that I'm thinking that there's pressure on this case and they want to find the person. So the whole time while I'm sitting in the back of the cop car, I'm panicking, thinking that I'm going to be framed for this or they're trying to pin this on me somehow.
Did they tell you what led them to you? I mean, something made them believe they needed to talk to you about it. What was that? I
asked them. They didn't tell me any information about that. And I have thought of any type of reason why they could have come after me. But there's nothing. And I think that's why they didn't tell me.
Were you in the area of the home at the time, like the overnight, or would it have been something like we've tracked this person near?
Well, I live near her house, but I didn't even know that until after the fact. I barely just learned where her actual house was in relation to mine.
Okay, so let me read some of these comments. I don't want to get behind. Devil Dog, would anyone say that this is be easy and done? Nobody would say that I'm aware of, to be honest, Bruce. Purple, I always thought the porch guy is a woman, and now wondering if this guy's mother, who was also interviewed. I'm a dreamer. Thomas, don't know, but it drives me crazy. Annie, the woman in mask is not a mom. Bruce, Devil Dog, then why would bring up Nancy's case? Well, that was another thing. He brings up Nancy's case. Instead of saying, I didn't know what they were stopping for. They put me in the car. I asked them, hey, did I do something wrong? Did I, like, why did I get stopped? They're going to have to tell you these things. Okay. And by him saying, I don't know why I got stopped and they didn't tell me anything. And I started thinking, oh God, they're going to try to pin this on me. Why would they try to pin it on you if you had nothing to do with it? You have to read a little deep into these answers that he's given. Because if I didn't do something, if I personally didn't do something and someone said X, Y, and Z, I would be quick to say, wait a minute. First of all, I don't know what the hell you stopped me for, but I want to know, give me your supervisor over here. I want to know ASAP why you stopped me. What did I do wrong? Did I do a violation or something in the car? Did I not stop at a sign? What? And then they're going to get the detective, and he's going to come to you, and he's going to tell you, the reason we stopped you is we got to serve you this warrant, blah, 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 blah. But I would be adamant. I would be pissed if I even thought that you were thinking that I could be having something to do with it, because that wouldn't even cross my mind. I just want to know what the hell you stopped me for. That's being direct, not it must be the Nancy Guthrie case. Oh, this should be easy. Just doesn't make sense to me, guys. Tabitha, red, white, and blue flags. Good to have you. Tabitha, hello, everybody. Marianne. He also did not have his phone. Oh, yeah. Then he says, well, you can check my phone. I didn't have it with me. I had it somewhere in my house. I didn't have it that day. What the hell are you stumbling? He didn't ask you for the phone, though. I'm sure they'll eventually go to that and get there. He didn't ask you. You're asking him, and you're offering all this information that doesn't mean anything because it's so damn confusing, and it's only making you look, in my opinion, more guilty. Tabitha, have you heard of YLD was asked for his DNA recently, or if that's even true? I heard about that, Tabitha. I just haven't really got into that just yet. But yeah, we'll definitely have a conversation on that for sure. Thank you so much. April, hello, Tabitha. Click that likes, everybody, as you come in. Click the likes, share the link. Let's get this channel to grow. Let's start getting those algorithms going. Here we go, everybody. Look at what he's saying about his phone, about not being there, about this is about, must be about Nancy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So I didn't even know.
Had you ever met her?
No.
Did you know who she was?
I knew who she was because my mother was following the case.
So now, earlier he was asked about knowing who she was, and he said, I didn't even know she lived there. But earlier he said that she lived there, that he did find out she lived there, but only recently. Then he says, well, I didn't even know who she was until here recently. And then now she asked him, do you know who she was? He goes, well, yeah, I know who she was because my mother, and I think it's when he says my mother watched the news or something, and they were talking about it, yada, yada, yada. The mom originally said she did not know Nancy. And then they asked her if she knew Savannah, and she said, oh, yeah, I know Savannah. And and then later she says, yeah, I know that was her mother. There was a lot of contradicting back and forth. Okay, that's where they were talking about, if you heard before, about lies or untruths. That's what they were talking about. There was so many untruths going on at that moment. Bruce, she first said no, and then she changed it to yes. Yeah, no doubt. That's in a nutshell. Here we go. Listen to the little details, guys. Listen, and ladies, listen to the little details.
But in terms of other than that, I would just go off what my mother was telling me.
And so how long were you detained for?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 hours.
In the back of that car the whole time? And they searched your Range Rover extensively?
Yeah, they searched Range Rover. They towed my Range Rover. Did all DNA testing or whatever, and then gave it back to me. Took my cell phone. I've had no way to get a hold of anyone, which is probably a good thing because everyone's looking at me like I'm this person that I'm not. So it's been rough.
You got your car back
Yes.
in rough condition, or was it okay?
Well, when I went to pick it up, like it wouldn't start. They, I guess they drained the battery down, and it was just covered in the whatever white substance that they use for testing. But yeah, then I got it started up, and it wasn't. Luckily, it wasn't damaged in terms of like repairs or anything. But
So when they released you, what did they say? They say you're free? Did they say never mind? I mean, what was the verbiage there from them?
They had just told me that they were still at my house, so I couldn't go home. But they drove me somewhere near the house and just dropped me off. I was like, well, I don't have a phone. How am I supposed to figure out when I can go back to the house? They're basically said, you're just gonna have to figure that out. So, I mean, I waited just where they dropped me off at for maybe an hour or so. I had a friend that lived near the area, and I walked over there. They weren't home, so I was just waiting, like basically just on their patio. And then it got to the point where I'm like, well, they should be done by now. I walked back to my house, and this was like the worst part for me, is getting there and seeing the house torn up. But the worst part was my mom not being there, and her being elderly and having AFib and things like that. I'm thinking the worst. Like, I see her cars here, but she's not there, and I don't have my phone to get a hold of her. So I'm wondering what happened, if I need to start calling hospitals or what the deal was. But luckily, I guess she went to one of the neighbors, but I didn't find that out until the next day.
Right. You were detained and released, but you've said it, your face, your name, it's everywhere online. People still
a lot not making any sense. Not a lot making any sense, in my opinion. Bruce, okay, thanks. I didn't know. Bruce, thanks, April. I appreciate you. April kind of like cleared and then not cleared. Bruce, he's here. Here, cat in background. That's my cat, Bandit. April, very welcome, Bruce. I'm a dreamer. My little dog is looking for a cat, laughing out loud. April wasn't damaged enough for repairs. His car. In my dreamer, April, I can't remember for sure, Bruce. Haha, my uncle cat in my room, lay down, look at my phone. April, I'm a dreamer. I remember a tarp over that. There was a white tarp over it. That is correct. Tabitha, LD looks guilty as sin. In my dreamer, Bruce, that is funny, Bruce. My cat's name is Bandit. What do you think, Doug, so far? What's your take?
What do I think? I
Yeah.
think that he's an innocent guy that doesn't know what the hell is going on, so he doesn't know how to answer a lot of these questions. And at this point, he knows that Kayla Day is also involved, so I just feel he thinks that she dragged him into some more bullshit.
Well put. Well put. I think that you could ask this guy his name. What is your name? And he go, Luke. Yeah, Luke Daly. In other words, you're right. He doesn't. He's like many fries short of a Happy Meal, in my opinion. Okay, in my opinion. But it's his conduct. It's what he says. First of all, I don't know any law enforcement that would pick you up, take you from a certain point, and then say, find your own way back. That doesn't happen. Okay. And if it does happen, it's wrong. Okay. It's wrong. If they take you somewhere, they will bring you back to where they took you. If they took your car and they say you can come get your car, then you can come get your car. Okay. It's not like they're going to send a unit out there to go pick you up and bring it back to take your car. But if they take you and you have no means back because you have no vehicle, or you don't have a phone to call, they're going to call dispatch more than likely, and they're going to say, "Hey, do me a favor, run this number," and they'll do it on the phone. They won't do it on the radio. They'll get a hold of dispatch and say, "Call this number, see if you can go ahead and someone come pick him up." And if they can't get a hold of anybody, then they'll take him to his last location, because that's just a given. Okay. So for him to say that, I'm not sure I buy it all that, because first of all, I didn't even sound truthful. Second of all, I know that normally doesn't happen. Could it have happened? Sure. I just don't think it did. If innocent, why swat him and ask for DNA now, right? How many cars does LD have? He had 2. He had the blue Dodge Charger that was wrecked, and for the better front part was totaled. He had it covered with the tarp, or I say a tarp, some type of covering tarp. And then he had his I guess it's silver. I always thought it was white, but I guess it's silver Range Rover. So those are the 2 cars that he had. One was operable, one wasn't. All right, let's go ahead and finish here.
Still believe you were either involved or did this. What's that been like for you to have your name, your picture, even a past mugshot all over the internet associated with this case?
I mean, for me, it's terrible. It's hard to go anywhere, and the hard part is they're making all these assumptions based on things that have absolutely no relevance, and they're just bringing up my past, which I do have a past, but nothing violent or anything like that. All my past has just been involved with using drugs, and I haven't been in that life for over 2 years now. So all the things that they're bringing up, I guess it's public record, but it would have came out if it wasn't for all these people speculating and doing things like that. So now people that had no idea about my past, so I've done like a good job of working past it and not having anything to do with it. So them doing that now is kind of just reopening this whole speculation and
Sounds good, Carol.
make me out to look like this bad person, which I'm not.
And it's not just been you. People have found, records of an alleged girlfriend of yours. There's been a lot of rumors swirling around. What do you want to say about those rumors, about you, about her, about, everybody that people have looked at and said, well, they could do this?
Yeah, first of all, that's not my girlfriend. I barely knew that girl, and I was arrested with her on a completely different circumstance over a year ago. I haven't talked to her since, and I guess they're just going off of the arrest, saying that I was arrested with her. So, but I hardly know her and don't associate with her. But in terms of everything else, I mean, all the speculation is just going off of, I don't even know if people really believe.
So now he's talking about Kayla Day, that's not his girlfriend. But he got arrested. He said, I haven't seen her, been around her for a couple years or whatever the case was. And now he's saying that he doesn't know her, But here just recently, he had got arrested again. I think it was like 8 months ago. Wasn't that right, Doug?
It was a little over a year before this.
A little bit over a year before this.
Yep.
So there was some contact there. And look, everybody that you would see pictures of them together or you would hear them together, it was well known that they were an item. Now you have to understand that Kayla Day's husband, her husband by marriage was Wibby, and he was a guy that was sent to prison. So he was doing some time and some hard time in prison. And so that's how these guys then started hooking up. So just the idea, like, I don't know her, I don't know anything about her. We haven't seen each other in like 2 years, when in fact they had seen each other within the 2 years. It may have been a year and a couple of months, but nevertheless, the point is he's trying to distance himself from her, but he can't. And so it's like, yeah, just say you know her. Yeah, I know her, end of story. I mean, if they're asking me something that I don't feel pertains to this, I'm going to say, yeah, of course I know her. End of story. Why go through all this mumble jumble jargon? Not, don't know her, haven't seen her. I don't know her. You were boyfriend and girlfriend at one time, or you guys were seeing each other at one time. Nope, I don't know her. It's just, after a while, you just see how much damage this literally interview had done to himself. And you have to remember, the whole purpose he did this was to clear his name. I don't see any clearing his name with this interview. Just saying my opinion. Okay, Carol, April, but it came out he dated her. Of course he did. It did. It did come out that, April. Carol, oh, April, I'll try to behave. I'm a dreamer, says it's refreshing to hear the facts. So many rumors going around, hard to keep up with the facts. Barney, Luke seemed rather nervous. Like I said, I just, let's go ahead and continue.
Leave it, but online it just seems like they're pushing this narrative and trying to make connections with things that are I don't know, basically like circumstantial, like saying my eyelashes match the guy in the ski mask picture, which I'm sure like if you could use anyone's picture and find similarities.
And you don't recognize the person on that in that footage?
No, I don't. But in terms of all this, like I said, they're comparing my face to this. They're talking about my Range Rover, which I didn't even buy until after she was reported missing.
It was a new car, yeah, for you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're talking about another car that was towed off my property. That car wasn't an accident, has nothing to do with this. It wasn't towed in relation to this case. It was being towed by the insurance company to assume if it was totaled or not. So that had nothing to do with the case. There's no evidence to point towards me other than speculation.
You really have no idea what led them to you in this case?
Absolutely not.
Still a mystery to you?
Yes, and I would love to find out.
Were you dealing mostly with sheriff's deputies or FBI agents when you were detained?
When I was detained.
So just so you guys understand something, when there's a search warrant issued to you or issued against you, a search warrant, you have to be given the copy to see what they're searching for, B, why are they searching you, either your vehicle or the house. They're going to have to tell you that because that's how a search warrant works. It's like, think of a person opening a door and saying, can I help you? Yeah, we'd like to come in and look around. Well, you need to get a search warrant. Well, here's one. Can I see? There it is. This is it. And then they open it up and read it. And they say, all right, come on in. Okay. It's that simple. They have to tell you. Now, he's saying they didn't.
everyone that was detained saying the same thing, though. Carlos also said that. And
this look daily.
There is reasons why they wouldn't.
Why?
I mean, if it was a national security thing and they were looking into terrorism, they're not going to show you no search warrant. First
of all, by law, you have to know why they're searching your property. By law, they have to tell you that. This is not a nilly willy back in the day where you could just, hey, get out of the vehicle, Hoss, and okay, now get the heck out of here and don't let me see you again. It doesn't run like that. That's not how it works. If they did, okay, then they violated his rights. But I'm telling you right now, they don't do that. Law enforcement can't do that. That's why they go get a signed warrant so they can a search warrant or a warrant, either or, so that they can go ahead and have no means of being stopped of serving that warrant. They're going to say, this is the warrant. Here's what we have. We're here to go ahead and look. Person gets the warrant, looks at it, knows why they're looking for, knows exactly what area, if the whole house they're looking at, and then knows, okay, yep, all right, go ahead and look, whatever you find, that's how it works. Now, I get it. We may speculate and say that he didn't get told this, but look, I can go back and replay this, and I can point out so many things that he said, they didn't say this, and they wouldn't say that, and they said, they looked at this and they looked at that, and I guarantee you it was all a bunch of bullshit, because that doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Now, could they have not told him because he seemed like 2 fries short of a hat meal? I'm not going to say they didn't. I wasn't there, so they could have. They might have not said anything. I just don't buy that, because this whole interview has been about nothing of what they did for him to him, as far as like what he knew. He knew nothing of what was going on. I'm in blinders. I don't know why they stopped me. I think it's because of Nancy. I don't know why, they didn't tell me anything. They put me in a car. I was there for like 5 hours. I asked them and they still didn't tell me. And not one time did he come back or she come back to ask him that. At what point did you find out why you arrested, why you were detained, why you were questioned? They're going to take him and they're going to question him. Okay. They're going to take his car and they're not going to tell him why. Think about that for a minute. It makes no sense. I mean, even Nanos, my God, I got to give him a little bit of credit, just a little bit. I'm not saying much, but I mean, it just, the way it operates, that's not what happens. Could it have happened that way? Sure. I wasn't there. I'm just saying that's not how it happens. So if everybody else says, they didn't tell me neither. Well, you know what? If I'm a bad guy and I'm doing bad things, you think I'm not going to say they didn't tell me when they probably really did? Damn right I am. I'm going to try to make them look just as bad. Yeah, they never told me anything. They never told me nothing. I guarantee you, if you go back and you turn on those mics, you'll hear them talking about exactly what was said, because everything usually is recorded if they have their mics on them. So just saying, I mean, you could be right. I could be wrong. But I know that the schematics of how it works, you have to tell the individual and you have to show them that warrant. It's not like,
right,
look at it from over here, guy. You can't see it. I got it way over here behind my head. I got a warrant, so get out of my way. We're going to look. No, can't do that.
I get it, and I see that that's the way that it's supposed to be done, but there is a small chance that he's actually being truthful.
There is. You are very right.
Okay, he's being truthful. Right. So if it went down the way that he's saying, why would it go down that way? What reason would they have to not show the warrant and not give him any explanation?
True. And I will say to that, I would say, if I had to pick that he's telling me the truth or that I'm hearing the truth from the officer, there's not a chance in hell that I'm not going to believe that officer when I know how it runs. Okay. Now, if he's got a black eye, bloody nose, and he's telling me that officer hit me And that officer says, I don't know how that happened. I didn't hit him. I don't know how he got that bloody nose. I'm going to obviously look at that and go, dude, why'd you do that to him for? You know, he was cuffed. You didn't have to beat him for that. I'm not saying that happened, but it's that. It's those things that you got to think outside the box. As far as, do I think he's lying or telling the truth? I don't know if he's lying. I can just say this. That's not how it works. And if I have to believe the officer in the case of this, because I know how it works, over somebody who has been in as much trouble as he has been in, it's kind of hard to sell it that, well, he could be telling, well, yeah, you know, there could be fairies on the moon too, but we just don't know, right? I mean, let's be honest. So, yeah, I don't have that 100% sure that he's telling the truth. I just don't believe through his past history and everything on this interview so far, nothing has convinced me that he is being truthful, I guess is the best way to put it. But hey, I respect your opinions, dude. No worries.
Yeah, and we haven't really gotten any explanation from law enforcement. They haven't said.
Well, we haven't got to see it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we haven't got to see it because it's under investigation. He would have to see it because he's the one they're actually going to be violating his rights if they don't tell him what they're looking for and where they're at. I mean, a search warrant can say, where do you think this, the judge can say, where do you think these items are? Well, sir, these items have to be, it was stated by an informant. In this case, I'm going to just say that, maybe KD, and then say, you know, this person has the stuff she's saying in the, let's just say hypothetically, in the bedroom, okay, in a closet. So he puts in, you're allowed to go to the bedroom and the closet and maybe this bedroom next to it, but you can't go to the cellar. You can't go to these other places. You have to directly search in that area. Okay. Now, if they, let's say they're searching and they see some little kid hiding in the corner crying, they can expand their search if they think it's nefarious. You follow me? They can expand it from that point. But up until then, that's why you have to show them the warrant, the search warrant and or warrant. You have to show them the search warrant so they can see what the parameters are. You know, hell, some search warrants will even say you can't serve the warrant past 6:00 p.m. You know, you can only serve it from 8:00 a.m. till 6:00 p.m. You can't serve it because it's not that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on whatever the judge writes. So that's why they have to know what they're actually being looked at. But you know, I get it. I get it. There's not everybody plays by the rules. We saw that with the other streamers that got arrested, right?
One more thing, dog. Yeah. Why would this reach the level of a federal search warrant? Because we know it wasn't a local search warrant. This was a federal search warrant. And we do know that he was already under surveillance of the federal government.
The only thing I could think, even, and I'm just thinking off the cuff right now, so I'm really having time to look at that. But thinking off the cuff, Doug, the only thing I could think of is that if they were given information by, let's say, because they have to have some information they're given, right? It's got to be supposed to be trustworthy information, someone that you've used in the past to give you information, a credible source, not just anybody, a credible source. So in this case, she could have said, hey, they took her and they took her and they kept her in the basement or in the house or in the bedroom. And then the next day they ended up taking her to, and I'm just going hypothetically, they ended up taking her to just the other side of the border of Mexico, just the other side of the border at Rio Rico or something, you know, just something that's across that line.
Gotcha.
Well, then they would say, okay, this is a federal thing now because this is going across, you know, to another country, basically Mexico, you know. So that's the only way I could see that being federally or crossing state lines. I could see that, you know, she took him they went to the house, they stayed at the house, and then where did they stay at? Well, they stayed in the bedroom. They hid her out in the bedroom. He's got this closet and they hid her out in there. and then the next morning they took her from there and they went to, hypothetically, Colorado. Okay, just a hypothetical. Then the FBI would get involved because they would say that's crossing state lines. That's whatever the case may be in that, and so they would have a right to go ahead and issue that warrant. Once again, a federal warrant is hard to get. Literally, if you don't have a federal search warrant, hard to get if you don't have the proper information, because no judge is going to give you that unless you can validate why you need it, why it is so probable that they have that information and the information is credible. Okay, no judge will give you that because it's going to go to court. So that's the only reason, or the only thing I could think outside the box, just off the cuff, is the only thing I could think.
Right.
All right, everybody, let's see where we're at now. Carol, but great questions, brother. Great questions. Carol, I'll be in and out. You good? Bring back everybody a steak, Carol. Carol, okay, April, I'll try to behave. April, thanks for liking and coming in. Please hit the thumbs up. Everybody subscribe. If you're not a subscriber, it doesn't cost you anything. Be a subscriber on the channel. Help the channel grow. Here, everybody has an opinion, and your opinion matters, everybody. So if you like it and you're lurking, by all means, please join. You're missing out, I'm telling you. Gene, I just feel that it is a scared young man. I remember this interview when it actually happened. I do not think he's involved in this case. And you may be right, Gene. You may be right. No doubt about it. That is a very possibility. Well, good point. Good point. April. So he said car didn't have enough damage to repair earlier. Now he says a car pulled off property for being totaled. How many cars did he wreck? Well, just that one that I'm aware of, that Dodge Charger. April, thank you, Carol, for the links. Carol. Miss Barney, his eyes dart to the side and the back towards the interviewer frequently, but it seems like he isn't looking anything at anyone specifically. And a lot of times in these classes of interviews and interrogations, they teach you all that. They tell you why. I can't tell you at this moment, the parts of the brain that when he shifts certain ways, it's down or up or diagonally or this or that, is dealing with either misleading, literally lying, or is exaggerating or whatever. There's parts of the brain that really identify these nomenclatures of a person's interview. And that's what you learn. Now, it's been a while since I've done this, but I can tell you that the sense of seeing the pattern on what he's doing is definitely the pattern that they talk about. I just can't give you the nuances because it's been a while. So, but that's a very good point. And I see that throughout this whole interview. Bammy, I noticed that too. Barney, I noticed that too. Dina Gallagher, welcome in, Dina. Welcome in. Hello, DD. And Chad. So let's examine this. February 28th, he wrecked his car. Porsche guy had a swollen hand. Luke has a swollen hand here. Porsche guy was wearing flannel. Luke is wearing flannel and vest. I mean, what do we always say? Can't all be a coincidence. Hello, Dina. Welcome in. Thank you, Dow. Hello, Dina. Good point. Good point, Dina. April, Dina, the interviewer had a summer dress on, and he's dressed for Alaska. That's pretty damn, yeah. I mean, that's another thing you got to look at. He came in here, he had no look like this at all. He had a full beard, not shaven, mustache, goatee, the whole 9 yards. Hair was scruffy, scruffy down. He comes in here, he's all nice and shaven. Everything's gone. The facial hair is completely gone. His hair has been cut. He looks like the good old boy who is serving in church as the altar boy. And he's wearing clothes that would cover up all his tattoos from hand all the way to his body, because he has tattoos everywhere. He's going to cover all that up with what? A flannel shirt, literally, button up shirt that covers the whole top, buttons it to the top. He's going to have all that on. And it's like, what degrees outside? I mean, I'm just trying to point the obvious. That's all. Tabitha, he seems very nervous. April, youtube.com. There's Doug's channel, Analyze Doug. Don't forget to subscribe to him or Chris, Talking with Chris. Make sure I subscribe to Chris and Let's Talk with Chris and Analyze Doug. April, please sub to DD Sideman without a doubt. They are awesome. Doug and Chris are awesome. Annie, where can I find someone? Had to call me, so I missed it. Where can I find this? Google it under Brianna Whitney's interview. I think it's Brianna Whitney's, but I know it's Brianna Whitney's interview with. I just typed in Brianna Whitney's interview with Luke Daly, and it came up. Annie, search Luke Daly interview, and it should pop up. Libby sent you another email, DD. Thank you so much, Libby. Appreciate you. Annie, thank you, April. I'm telling them I'm watching this, and they keep hanging on. April, he acts more like he is in an interrogation than an interview, in my opinion, says April. All right, here we go, guys. Let's go ahead and all great comments, and great interpretation, Doug. Awesome.
I was detained by the sheriffs, but in terms of all the questioning was done by the FBI.
What would you like to say to both PCSD and the FBI?
Basically what I told him before, if there's anything, I'm happy to help. If there actually was something real that I could help them with, but like I said, they have my phone. They went through my phone. So, I mean, if it was anything real, they could look through that and hope clear my name. But in terms of the collateral damages, this being part of it, there's not really any type of way. There's no going back from this.
For your whole family, too. I mean, your mom has had to go through this, too. As a family, how has this made you guys feel collectively together to kind of be in this public shock, this public scrutiny?
It all just seems like a nightmare. I mean, it doesn't seem real, and it's just been, we're all it's just been a nightmare. I know my mom, she has like problem with stress, and like she was doing good before this. After this, she's been a lot more stressed. It's been hard. I'll let her speak to how it's affected her, but I mean, in terms of collectively as a family, it's been a nightmare.
You know, what's your message for Nancy Guthrie's family?
I mean, I, like everyone else, I want to see her come home. I want the actual suspect to be found. I think it's really unfair to them to give them false hope by going off whatever they went off to have this huge investigation and raid happen. To me, it's like giving them false hope that something, that they had a suspect, and then it was nothing. And I'm not the first person either, so I think it's wrong in that sense.
This is your first interview since you've been detained. What's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
I mean, for my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet, and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth. But I mean, in terms of like moving forward, I just want to be cleared, have actual verification that I was cleared by the FBI and sheriff, whoever else.
Have they officially cleared you?
This is just going off what I've heard, but I guess I've been cleared, but they don't close any case, I guess, because it's still ongoing. But I mean, I know personally there's nothing else that they're gonna come across that points towards me. So
Unequivocally, you are not the person. You are not involved.
absolutely 100.
So there's a little nugget there. At the very end, he says, I know they're not going to be able to find anything that points to me. Listen to that wording. Details are important. I know that they're not going to find anything that points to me. Now, I'm not trying to make this as in, oh God, he's just heightening that. No, that's reality. It's not so much what he says, it's how he says it. They're not going to find anything that points to me. Can't tell you about everybody else. Now, I said that. Can't tell you about everybody else. The idea is that sometimes when a person makes comments and they're not in the same context that you would expect, hey, Brianna, all I know is that they're not going to find anything that deals with me in this case. That's one thing. They're not going to find anything that I had anything or whatever the fuck it was, excuse my language. They're not going to find anything that deals with me. Almost like, well, then who? Is there someone else out there? If not you, is there someone else? And I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to split hairs here, but once again, everything is in the details on how people explain themselves. That's what my point is.
100%.
Is there anything else you want to clear up that people may have said, that you've seen, that you feel that you have the opportunity now to address?
Nothing particular is coming to mind right now. Obviously, I'm nervous. This is, like I said, my first interview, and I'm not trying to get any more attention from this. I just want to put it out there for me that I had nothing to do with this, and I'm hoping that the truth will come out, whatever that may be. I have no idea.
I appreciate your time. Chris, do you have anything that you want Luke to address or add? Luke, is there anything else that I didn't ask you that you want to address or talk about while you're here? Just want to make sure that you get your opportunity to say anything you want to.
I just want to say again that I hope that she's safe. I hope they find her, and I just want to move on with my life and not have any. It's been hard. Like, I can't go anywhere. Everyone gives me dirty looks, and they see me in my car. Like, I would assume that they, like, I don't know, people are just think I'm like this person, and it's been hard, like, leaving, going anywhere, doing anything. So I'd like to be able to go about my life and not have this shadow of doubt casted over me.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
So that was the interview. That was the interview that they had Brianna Whitney from KOVA when she was working there before she moved to the Crime Junkies. That's what the interview was about. And we never played that literally on here ourselves, because I didn't know how to do all that kind of stuff. But I have grown since then. I was able to put that video on there. And I really wanted to so bad because I wanted to break it down like I did. Now, look, here's the thing. At the end of the day, we don't know who was involved. We don't know at this point. We have people that kind of like certain things seem to go that way, but we don't know. My whole purpose of showing you this was so that you guys can see the body language, the communication, the idea of the verbiage, how the comments that were being made, what they were saying. what he was claiming that wasn't presented to him, and me telling you that they have to present that to you. They can't just tell you they have something and not tell you what they have and say, okay, now get out of my way. We're going to check anything. You know, the reality is, yes, they have to tell you why they're searching, what they're searching, and what was the reason that they came there. You know, they came there because it was told that da 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 da. So he knew. Now, whether he says he knew or not, I'm going to say, by all rights, he should know, and he should have been told. He may have not been. I don't know. I don't know how they would get away with that, because that would be the first thing I would do, is file a freaking lawsuit bigger than big. I would hammer the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Office for violating my rights because they gave me nothing. I wouldn't just sit back there and say, well, this is kind of like one of those things where oh, well, they just didn't let me know and that was okay. No, that's not okay. That's not okay. If that happened, I'd be filing a lawsuit in a heartbeat. I don't see anybody in his world filing a lawsuit. Someone like him not filing. I don't hear about it. So I'm just saying that was what I would have done. Annie keeps shaking head no while he's talking. No doubt. The faithful servant. Morning, April. Good morning, faithful servant. Carol, Jean. Hello. Faithful has a great coverage from the beginning until the end. If you forgot anything in this case, sub up. Annie, you got it, DD. Say it out loud. April. Great job, DD. Thank you, April. Faithful, you can always do a FOIA request without a doubt. I want to play this other one for you, because I think it's important, because right after she did this interview, she had done this interview with This Is the Mother of Luke Daly.
It's so easy to become a podcaster.
And I want to go ahead and play this because there was some inconsistencies here as well.
Luke is your son?
Yes.
You are Nancy Guthrie's neighbor, pretty close by.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Didn't know that?
No.
So did you not know?
I knew it after this.
Nancy Guthrie's neighbor.
All right, let me go here. Let me take this out. Remove this. Okay, go back in here.
You hadn't met her?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So you hear that she.
So this is Mary Chapman
and I assume
Daly.
You were Nancy
Luke's
Guthrie's
mother.
Neighbor, pretty close by.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't know that?
No.
So did you not know?
I knew it after this. Everything happened.
Is your son?
Yes.
You were Nancy Guthrie's neighbor, pretty close by.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't know that?
No.
So did you not know?
I knew it after this. Everything happened. But otherwise, who'd heard of her?
You hadn't met her?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So you hear that she is abducted. She goes missing. And I assume your first thought when you hear this is, oh my gosh, somebody, I mean, this is crazy and it's nearby. Were you following the story, following the case?
Totally. At that point, to see if they could ever find her, And, Savannah grew up in Arizona and, her family, and we watch her on TV. So it's sort of like, she comes into our living room and tells us what's going on. So it's, it's very emotional for me. I mean, I'm old and I'm not used to this kind of stuff at all, but I have a lot of empathy and pray. I don't have a lot of hope but that the family continues on and it's, huge loss for all of us, actually.
Oh, it completely affects the community, a community you're part of. So when you first start hearing about it, I imagine there's a lot of upset and fear, concern.
Yes, yes. And they were searching, I live on this street, and then they were searching a street a little closer and a little farther out, excuse me. And, it's just weird to have those people and people standing in front of my house wanting to talk, mostly news people wanting to.
Yeah, I mean, the media don't.
I didn't talk to those people at all.
So tell me what happened when this all ends up at your home. Your home ends up becoming part of this story.
Yeah, well, people were coming to the door and I wasn't necessarily answering it. They might not have even had a camera or anything. And then this one, late afternoon when they came in the big SWAT vehicles, pulled into my driveway and said they wanted to see anything that could link anything. I said, well, yeah, go ahead. I mean, so they were there for about 6 hours. And I was in the SWAT vehicle, and they went through my house and went through everything and tore everything, broke if the door was locked, they would break it open to go see what was in there. There really wasn't anything in there, but it was pretty upsetting.
Well, and it's one thing to come to you and say, do you have any video or anything like that? It's another to detain you and search your house with a search warrant. Did they tell you why?
I guess I assumed, because I live close by or something, but I just said I'd do anything if we could find some clues that might help, but I don't think there's going to be anything in here, but go ahead and look. I mean, I didn't say you can't look. I didn't even think. It was kind of, late in the day. I'm so sorry. I'll turn that off. I get a lot of phone calls now, a lot of messages from people. How are you doing, Mary? So, yeah, and then I just decided I was much better off going to Phoenix to be with Matt and the grandkids and his wife and everything.
So when they detained you, did you know that this was related to also them investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't thinking this was about Luke. I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie and finding her and whatnot. So, because I was thinking, I don't even think Luke probably ever watched the news and even saw Savannah on the news. I mean, I did.
Right. So when did you learn that, your detainment was related to Luke's detainment in this case?
When? I'm not exactly sure when, because honestly, during this time, I was really emotional, and there were lots of information coming in, and so I don't remember exactly the time, but I know that in retrospect, I know all this stuff that it did, but initially I didn't think of it being Luke as part of this because I knew it wasn't something that Luke would be involved in any way, and he wasn't. So, yeah.
And when you learned that, was there any thought could he have been involved?
No, I didn't think he ever could have been involved. Not at all. No.
So you and Luke were not involved in anything in this case?
Right, except seeing it on TV and acting and some of the consequences of, we want to search this. And I'm like, okay, if it helps find, because this was early on, we thought differently about.
Did they take anything specific from your home?
Did they take anything? I can't think of anything they took. I can't think of anything.
And did they
I
eventually?
might think of something later.
That's
I hate to
fine.
say it, but
Yeah.
Did
they eventually tell you that they were searching your home in relation to this case, or did you this whole time think they're just looking to see if I have any surveillance video or anything like that? Like, where did that shift happen?
They didn't give me a lot of information, but I just assumed, and I said, well, if it's something that might help us find her, then go for it. If you think there's anything in here, but I don't think there is. So, yeah,
Did you ever suspect that Luke might know who was involved?
no,
Not at all.
no. Mm-mm.
So you guys were basically both detained for hours. You were questioned, your property gone through, and then released, but with not a lot of explanation as to why.
Well, I guess they just said they could do, I didn't want to stop if it might be helpful, but I had no idea when. I thought they'd maybe come in and look around for an hour or something, poke around, and but yeah.
So you have not been back at your home since staying there since this.
I just got back.
What's that like?
It's really good to be back here. I was up in Phoenix with my kids and grandkids, which is wonderful. But, we built our home and lived there a long time. And Matt's grown up in it. Luke's grown up in it. They're, so it's home. So I love being there. I'm glad to be back. And it's nice to know that Luke's there and, with me.
I mean, in the days since you guys were detained, it's not been an easy road for any of you, Luke especially. I mean, people still believe he is the person on the video camera. They still believe he's the person who abducted Nancy Guthrie. His face is out there. His name, your name, has been out there. How, as a family, have you emotionally dealt with that, even though you've been released?
Well, things will just pop up and I'll just feel a lot more like even sitting here talking about it. It is very emotional. And part of me just wants to say goodbye to all this chapter. So hopefully this interview will help kind of have some closure for me and for everybody else who's felt the impact, because this has been a huge impact, not just here. I mean, all the family from Rhode Island called right away and said, wow, look what's happening. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't really do Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff. I'm not the right demographic. I don't spend my time doing that,
But Luke's on it. I mean, he is younger, and that is part of him. And he's had to see his face out there.
That's really a shame, I think. But I was shocked about all of that. That was an education for me in terms of a way of communicating and things.
Click that like, everybody. Click that like. Do me that favor.
Not older people like me.
Yeah.
Subscribe for free.
Who have also brought up Luke's past and kind of associated, he's had a past with criminal activity, therefore this could be a part of this. What do you say to those people?
Well, I don't know. They don't really ask me that. My friends, I have a really good group of friends here in Tucson. And they never really questioned me about that stuff. And if they thought they didn't, come up and say, well, could he have done this? And they didn't, probably out of respect. Sure. Because they don't know. And I didn't know what all was going on sometimes, but I knew this wasn't, Luke's had other issues, but this is not the kind of thing that he had a problem with. And he's doing well now. And we're all kind of in the recovery mode, if you know what I mean, trying to get our lives back and get back to normal again and all that stuff.
For your family, it's been tough. For the Guthrie family, it's been tough. What is your thought process trying to relate to the Guthries themselves going through this, but in the most awful way, in that they've lost Nancy and there's still no answers?
Really, mostly I pray. Yeah.
And they've asked for prayers.
They've asked for prayers. And sometimes I can listen to Savannah's, she comes on and talks often. You guys all know that probably. And I've watched a little bit, but I can't watch too much because it just makes me want to cry. It's just so sad. And the longer it goes on, then the more hope is lost,
For you guys in this neighborhood, it's a very tight knit. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's quiet. It's quaint. to have this kind of onslaught, the media spectacle, and then to become where you are, does that change your perception of how safe home feels?
Well, I feel safe in my home now. I didn't for a while. That's why I went to Phoenix. I have wonderful neighbors that live right next door, and we're in this little cul-de-sac together. And that's where the SWAT team came up the cul-de-sac and stuff. But I mean, I stayed with them some of the time. A couple nights I stayed over at David and Margaret's house because I was uncomfortable, you know. So yeah, I just never thought in my life I would. I mean, who would imagine something like this? It was so much sadness, and I want to say global, but certainly our whole country. But it goes farther than that, probably.
Oh, it really does.
I mean, the way media is today. I mean, I grew up in a different era, as you know. So it's amazing how things spread. So
what do you want to say to the Guthrie family, especially for you and your son, if there was any possibility they still believed you guys could be involved? What do you want to say to the Guthries?
Savannah, I am just very, very sad.
Thank you,
and
Annie.
sorry about Nancy.
Let's get
and,
some Devil Pup
I
memberships
pray
going
for
in the
you
channel,
and your
everybody.
family that you
Let's get some
heal,
more Devil Pup
that you can
members.
go
Help
back
some
to
people
your
if we can.
normal place of life and resume and build with your family and your children and your husband. And but I know it's going to be a challenge, but I'm going to keep praying. Mm-hmm.
And you want them to know no involvement from you and Luke.
No involvement from Luke and I, no.
Your life is full. Your future shouldn't have to wait. At Houston Christian University, you can earn your degree.
So that was the Luke's mother and Luke himself on the interviews. Now, once again, I'm not saying anybody is involved or anybody's not involved. I'm just saying it's ironic. Port's guy has that hand that's damaged to the right side. We can tell that Luke had some damage to his hand. And I'm not saying that just because of that, that it couldn't be something that was done, right? Like something that just happened, like a coincidence. But my only thing with coincidence is I'm starting to really hate that word because it's like everything that we are borderline on one way or the other. We say, well, coincidence is what it is. I just don't buy coincidences anymore. There's too many. At some point, those coincidences have to become truth, whether we figure it out, process the information, or somebody comes forward. But right now, it looks like it has to do a lot with the fact that you can only go with what information you have. That's just the bottom line. I am not there yet that this was staged. I'm not there yet that this was, all a ruse, if you will. But that doesn't mean I can't get there. I'm just not there yet because I don't see the mentality of these perps who would have done this to be some kidnapping extraordinaire that they know exactly what they're going to do. Plans never go the way you want them to go, And I don't think that Luke did any favors to himself as far as that interview. I don't think people looked at that interview and said, oh, gosh, that Luke guy, boy, he's getting raked over the coals. He's a really good guy, blah, 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 blah. I haven't seen any of that. So it's kind of hard to go ahead and go down that direction when you haven't seen it. You know what I mean? But I tell you what, we have a case number, and I think it was not Ole. It was Libby. I got the emails you sent. I did get them, both of them. And I can't say that this was not anything nefarious and that they were not involved. I wouldn't do that because that would be irresponsible for me. But then again, I can also say that this was something where it just seems to make connecting the dots. And that's what you have to do when you're doing these type of work in this type of case. You have to connect the dots. You may not always get the dots connected and you may not always get it just right, but you should be pretty damn close to seeing a pattern on a direction of where this is going. I'm just stating the obvious. Carol, thanks. Heart, you too. April, you too, Carol. Annie, nobody ever talks about the wrist tattoo anymore. I seen that one about 2 weeks ago. And I really couldn't see it until I saw it. And it was so like, it was almost just like a little peep of what I saw. But it did look like it was definitely a tattoo. So that is something that they could look into. April, Annie, in my opinion, that's why we wore the long sleeve flannel in the interview. April thinking that too. So, yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. Do we have any takes? Any final comments or any opinions? These are all just opinions and theories. None of it is fact. But it says a lot when a lot of the picture is starting to come together. You know what I mean? That's when you'll have something. Annie, nobody ever talks about the tattoos. April, Annie, in my opinion, that's why Luke wore the long sleeve flannel in the interview. Annie, hello, April. Thinking that too. What's your take on all this, Doug? Anything?
Same as before. Yeah.
Very well, very well. So what else we have on the agenda today? What else we have on the agenda? 5:00 going live at 5. What else do we have? Trying to think here. We'll probably go and talk about some things at 5:00 and then go into an open chat and kind of see where everybody stands on some things. There's been a little bit of, of noise in the Nolan Wells, but not overly abundant, if you will. But there has been some talk a little bit. So I'm trying to think of what else really that cannot think of anything right now. What else? April says, I say T and L is involved somehow. I'm telling you, I think so in my heart of hearts. I really do. I think that A knows about this. She knows about what happened, not just by the cops saying what happened, but she knows, I think, what happened. I'm just not sure that it's ever going to get proven, especially when you have all the infighting going on between the sheriff's department and for better lack of words, Cash Patel. Oleg, why would we be looking at if they had not pulled in Lake? Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. It's a good point. Tabitha Gary says, LD has not been cleared off my list. No, he's not off mine either. Annie says, I think definitely. April, I say T and make. might be involved. Let's see what else. Click that like, everybody. Send that stream. Share it to your followers and your subscribers. It's been a long day, man. I'm telling you. Long yesterday. Woo. April, like and subscribe before. I would like more info on Nanos and T's connection. Maybe we got to look at that and try to figure out what connection is there between Nanos and T. That would be very important. Without a doubt. Click that like, everybody. Share the stream. What else? What else? What else? What else we got? Does anybody know, off topic? I'm going to go into an open chat just because I think we pretty much covered what we wanted to. Does anybody know what happened to Ted? What's going on? I've been hearing scuttlebutt, but I haven't seen anything. I've been kind of occupied the last few days. Does anybody know what's going on with Ted?
I kind of do. Me and Chris, we actually did a live last night, and we talked about Ted for a little bit.
Okay.
But it appears that some of these outside forces, they've been putting a lot of pressure on Ted, and I guess from what I'm understanding is he talked to his psychiatrist, and they told him that he needs to step away for a little bit because it's unhealthy for him. And the same thing also happened to Nikki. So there's all these different trolls going in these people's chats and just saying stuff. And I don't know, as far as doxing people, I know Ted was doxed at one point also, but yeah, it's trolls, and they're getting to people because of who they're connected to and people that they choose to affiliate themselves with, if you know what I mean.
Interesting.
So Ted is taking a little break.
Got you. So is Ted doing okay health wise, or is he seeking help?
Well, I think so. It's being said that he tried to do something to himself. But that's as far as I know about it.
Got you. Okay. Well, no, I just want to know. I heard a little bit of scuttlebutt. Didn't know what was going on, and like I said, I've been kind of occupied. Gene says Nanos and T gambling. Guess I've heard a lot about that, Gene, about the gambling is a big thing with especially with Nanos owning a part of some type of gambling outfit or something. Bruce, I don't know anything. I don't watch Ted, but hope whatever's wrong, he gets help. Absolutely, without a doubt. Hate to see anybody go through anything unnecessary. That happens where I block all, spread the word, don't even try it in here, right?
Right.
No doubt about it. April, well said. Bruce, hi, Chris, good morning. Good to see you, my friend. Annie, yes, April. Let's see here. No, I missed you. Didi, leave it alone for safety. He posted this morning on X. Go to bed at 7:30 at your age. When I'm tired, you still kick an old man down, don't you, Chris? Cruz, Devil Dog, and Doug, anyone. I'm thankful to be part of the community. Love you all. Been so good to me, and God bless. Bruce Davis, thank you so much for being a part of the channel, my friend. We're very glad to have you, and always glad to just try to give you the best we can on the information that we have obtained. But really do appreciate you, and thank you for the kind words.
I got a statement that Ted put out on his page, if you would like me to read it.
Sure, go ahead.
In his explanation of what happened. This
Sure.
was 23 hours ago. He posted, I just got manipulated by Nerdy. He tried to get me to say something that wasn't true, and then he recorded me when I was going through a mental health crisis. I just got taken advantage of, and they reached out to me originally to bother me, and they knew I was at my worst. I want to tell all the Teddies I love you and I probably won't see me again. I need to take a mental health break. The abuse I've gotten from Nerdy and Hella and Dolly is terrible. My counselor said I'm not mentally all there. I need to take medicine and a hypnosis treatment. I'm sorry, it's too much. I just am a fun-loving, peaceful guy. I love everyone. I'll try to update you soon, but I'm not sure what's going to happen. I just got scammed.
Wow.
That was yesterday. So that's where Ted's head is at right now. And it's a shame that these people are doing this to not just him, but all the streamers and anybody that's connected to the main guys.
Right. Interesting. Interesting. Without a doubt. LD has not been cleared off my list. I agree with you, Tabitha. The Faithful, he posted on X this morning. April, Chris, Bruce, Annie, hi, April, Dina, prayers for Ted. Amen. I'm a dreamer says, I don't even have X. Chris, yes, you smiled and giggled, so my job is done. Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you. April, I'm always here. I took DD on vacation with me and always have troll spray laughing out loud. You got it. You got it, April. Well said, my friend. Prayers for Ted.
Chris wants the link.
Oh, Chris wants the link? All right, let's get Chris the link.
Yeah, we were talking about some not to change subject, but we were talking about a few things in Mississippi that we found pretty interesting. He'll probably talk about it when he comes on, so I'll wait for Chris to talk about it.
There you go, Chris. It is there. So from 11 Special Operations Intelligence Squadron. What's going on, Army vet? Good to have you, my friend. Just going through a lot right now personally, but thank you so much for being here. Legacy Empire. Good to have you. Thank you so much for being here. Legacy Empire. Chris, sup, vet? What's going on, brother?
Look at there's the golf clubs ready to go. Can't use them, but there you go. What's going on, my man?
Oh man, it's just been yesterday was very, very, very interesting, but just a very tough situation.
Yeah.
Very, very tough.
Is it still the same?
It is.
Okay.
It is. I wouldn't know how to say it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wouldn't know how to say it. I can chat later about it. But
yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, because this is it's how the process is going, I guess.
Yep.
So what you guys talk about? Doug said you guys had something about Mississippi.
Damn, you gave away our secret, Doug?
Not with me here. You don't have secrets.
Well, Doug had brought up something about last year in 2025. Obviously, that would be last year. Stupid ass I am. About a kid that was found hanging from a tree.
Oh, yeah.
And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. And I went back and looked, and I found an article from, what was it, Doug, last week? Yeah, last week.
Yeah.
Of another, a girl, a 29-year-old lady found hanging from a tree too.
Oh.
And then I started looking into it because he had mentioned, there's been some stuff going on, and there's been a lot of hangings from a tree in Mississippi.
In Mississippi.
Yeah, over the past 10 years, there's been a lot. I read a few. I was having some serious computer issues last night. So,
welcome in, Bruce.
Well,
hey,
Bruce,
what's going on?
There he is. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, Chris.
So yeah, I haven't done any looking today. I don't know really what I'm going to do today, but yeah, it was it's interesting because all of a sudden there's hanging people from trees and stuff. And
Well, I
mean,
heard the guy one. I heard the guy one you're talking about.
Right.
I guess he was in college.
yeah, he was hanging from the tree on college grounds.
Yeah.
So,
And then
I didn't even know
the sheriff said
anything about this.
something about the sheriff
Oh.
said that he was in the dorms, or they found him in the dorms, but in reality he wasn't in the dorms or some shit like that. Am I correct?
Oh, did they lie?
So,
I didn't see that.
Oh, maybe.
can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Chris, could you kind of like, I didn't hear about this. I just heard you guys talking a little tiny bit. Like, so can you just explain, like, real quick, like what you're saying hanging?
So,
Go ahead.
You got a
yesterday,
bad echo, Bruce.
yeah. So just so you can hear, when we were on yesterday, we were talking about all the cases. Just kind of, we had a good live. We were just chatting about everything and making fun of Dee Dee and stuff because that's what we do on this channel. We make fun of the host. And at some point in my life, I'll figure out who that handsome guy is on the wall. He keeps saying, "Hey, it's me," but I don't buy it. And what happened? And look, what the hell happened? But,
I became grandpa.
Grand uncle. That's the new one. But so we were talking, and then Doug had mentioned something about last year about a kid that was found hanging from a tree on a college campus that he went to. And as soon as he said that, Bruce, I was like, oh, wait a minute. And I was like, I went back into my news and I found an article from last week where there was a lady found hanging, a 29-year-old lady found hanging from a tree behind a vacant house. And she had
There you go, Army vet.
She had been hanging for 3-4 days or something like that before they found her. And then Doug said, well, hey, there was another one. So then I started looking it up in Mississippi, and there's been a lot of people found hanging from trees.
Right.
And I believe all of them said that it was, basically suicide. But I don't know. I'm not sure about that. You know what I mean?
Right.
It
And
just
then
seems
there's the Trey connection with Trump, because when that happened with Trey, the young man on the college campus, Trump was actually his lawyer.
Yeah.
And he had done the same thing for Trey with the independent autopsy and all that stuff. He told the family, gave him all this hope. And then when it came out that it was ruled as suicide, he kind of just left them high and dry.
Yeah.
Won't return their calls now. So when the money all ran out, Trump kind of just went away. And it's now just leaving the family just hanging there.
Yeah, he walked away from them.
Yeah.
But again, beyond saying racism or, this is suspicious, as a lawyer, what can he do for them now? He can't do anything criminal.
Right.
All he can do is stand there and scream. And great, he's great at his job, whatever. I mean, but what else can he do for you now? Except bring it to light and keep it brought. But what else can he do for them? Nothing,
Don't think
right?
anything.
And who are you talking about? Which lawyer?
Crump.
Not at all.
Crump. I mean, he's not a criminal or anything like that. He can fight for rights and stuff.
Civil attorney.
Yeah, just
Chris,
nothing.
you can go after him civilly. You can sue him. So yeah, you're right. I know he's not like.
No.
I don't know. Hey, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with my echo here. I have everything shut off. I'm just gonna go. I don't want to screw up this. All right. I'm
I don't
sorry.
hear an echo. Do you?
Yeah,
I
just
can't
go ahead.
really hear what you're saying.
Go out,
Yeah.
Bruce, and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah. So I definitely, we agreed last night that we would, include you. Can't do anything on our own. We need your guidance. But yeah. So I think that's definitely something to look into. So I'm going to start. If you guys want to start just digging in and see how many we can find.
All
A
right.
lot better.
hangings,
Okay.
you know, try to calculate how close, how far. But there was, I mean, the problem is back, I don't know how many, I forget how many years it said, Doug. It was like back 15, 20, 25 years, maybe. That
I
was
think they
the
said 10. There's
10.
been many, they said. There's
There
been
was
many.
and there was some group or some that used to do this anyways. I mean, we all know that from years and years ago, but just all of a sudden, it just sounds kind of fishy to me. But who knows? And in Mississippi, I mean, I don't know. I want to see. We got to look at the area and go. Maybe maybe one day we can just do a just us three on a live, a private live, and we can just kind of search together and and share everything and then put something together. But it definitely sounds.
Well, I like the topic because I think it goes hand in hand with what's happening right now, currently, as far as the stigma of
Yeah.
Mississippi.
Yep. I mean, if you
And
can't,
I did hear that they were I didn't mind that they were that this had happened to a young man, and I did hear that they said the report stated from the sheriff that he was found in his dorm, but then but it wasn't his dorm when they were found; it was hanging from a tree.
and I don't think they want all that out there either. So if
Yeah.
they can, but the problem is if you lie about that, I mean, shit, somebody found them hanging from a tree on campus. I mean, you can't really
Yeah.
hide that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it definitely sounds fishy. It seems like, it needs some looking into. And in a
I'll start
case-
looking into it.
Yeah, in a case of hanging, if you can't find any evidence to foul play, it has to be a suicide, is what they're going to call it. So,
Right.
but that doesn't mean anything. Like the person could have been strangled first, and then they could have just hung him from the tree, and that would still look like,
Right.
it would still have the same.
Could have been unalive earlier, and then they
Yeah. And but there's no evidence. You know what I mean? So it definitely sounds like it should be looked into, because now, now there's a few new ones. You know what I mean? This one,
Yeah.
and then last year, and it doesn't need to be 5 or 6 in the same year. I mean, that would be a big issue. But as long as they keep going, something's going down.
No, I
Whether
agree.
they're connected by whatever. So we'll see what we can
Appears
find.
to be a pattern and not isolated incidents.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
hangings, unless it's suicide, hangings don't really happen much anymore.
No.
It's kind of like, the ransom, Nancy's, that doesn't happen in the U.S.
Yeah.
When's the
Public
last?
at that. Public hangings at that. It's not like they're in their homes. They're hanging from trees
Yeah.
outside in the community.
Yeah, and the girl, the 29-year-old, and obviously her family talks well, because that's what you do. But they said she was smart and vibrant and a go-getter and all this good stuff. But yet, again, you can hide the mental health, right? But and she was 29, but what got me is she was hanging in a tree behind a vacant house.
Mm-hmm.
And then the police found her hanging. But I'm curious to know, remember, there was no reason why the police were there, how they found her, or if somebody found her and called. So trying to get that. So it might need some deeper investigation. But
You
we'll have
know
to
what
see.
it needs Chris to get his golf clubs out and go and search with them,
Yep.
with the driver. You can drive it because you do a good job, and nothing against the real guy that actually did this kind of thing. Chris does a great job. I know that since I've met Chris, and like I said, I heard you when I was over in the Philippines talking. I listen to you all the time, your replays. I mean, you're amazing too, Double Dog. But listening to Chris, man, this guy, just like you, man, you guys are all a great team. And Doug, you guys are great. But the way Chris dives into these things and just how he explains each step by little step. I mean, geez, one of the last lives are on Nikki's.
Remember
He was just like that. He was down to the knit and grits of the bolts, man. Like he was ready to put the pieces together, man.
Right?
See what I
I
told
do
you?
appreciate that, Chris.
All right. Hey, Bruce, your check is in the mail, buddy. For saying all that. I'll send it to you.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah. But yeah,
we do a great job. We all do a great job. We all really look at the things that, because there's a lot of channels out there, man, but there's not a lot of
us. There's not a lot of us.
there's just not a lot of the what we have, and
Just
I appreciate Chris. I appreciate Doug. Everyone brings something to the table, and that's what makes this group, in my opinion, special. It really does.
There was even what was the other one, Doug, last night in Rhode Island? Did I say that? Remember, I started reading the wrong thing.
Yeah, there was another one in Rhode Island
There was
too.
another hanging in Rhode Island. It's crazy. It is. It's just crazy out there. And hello, everybody in the chat. Nice to see you all.
Well said, Dina. Well said.
So, yeah, and I mean listen, let me just say this and get this out of the way, because after this, I am completely 100% done with everything else that's going on. But let me just say, any of the troubled streamers, I have nothing to do with. I don't want anything to do with now, just because we don't need that crap here. I don't want that crap here or on my channel or with Doug or you, Didi, especially Didi. I don't want it here. Yeah, I don't hate them. I don't dislike them. I just don't need the trouble. You know what I mean? Don't want the trouble. I don't want to invite the trouble over here. I think what we have going on here is tremendous.
Right.
And, our chats, I mean, you can come here and chill. I mean, yeah, there'll be a couple here and there, but I don't want it every day, right? There's no reason for them to come after us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And, and I wish them all luck, but I think it's going to be really, really ugly for them. I mean, there's going to be a lot of lawsuits. It's happening. It's happening right now. Just because I don't talk to them on a daily basis anymore, I know what's going on. I'm told what's going on, and it's going to be ugly. And I want no part of it. Zero.
Well, I look at it like this. Oh, go ahead, Double Duck. Sorry.
No, just this channel has always been something, when put together, was all about giving people as much truth as we could get. And it wasn't about any hyping anything here or there. And look, guys, we're growing. I'll be honest, we're growing. And
well, at your age, you start to shrink now, don't you?
Well, you don't. A little bit. Look, I did shrink a couple inches.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I was like, "There's no way you're growing."
But I just grew another area, but I'm growing.
Oh, your foot grew? Oh, good. I'm glad to hear.
So the fact of the matter is, we're growing, and we're growing because people like their opinions to be heard. People like to know what others think about what they think. And that's important, and that's what I wanted to be different. Now, it may change a little bit as we get bigger and bigger, but that's okay.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is to just be able to answer everyone's opinion, because everybody's opinion matters, period.
Yep.
That's how I see it, and that's what I like about it, and that's what I hear. Probably 80-90% of why they like the channel is because there's no drama. If there's drama, we get it out of here. There's no drama, and we do the best to give you the best information possible.
Right. I mean, again, everybody knows what every individual in the group, not this group, but the outer group that we're discussing now. We all know what they're about. We all know what they do. And
welcome in, Army Vet.
Hey, Army Vet. What's up, my man?
Airborne. People have reached out to me about this.
Mm-hmm.
Hackers. And they wanted me to expose and help. But What is that law, devil dog, accessory after the fact?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's
want
what's
nothing to
going
do
on in the
with this.
background.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you want
We don't need that.
with this
And I told him that.
situation
And I told him
because
that. I was like, y'all this ain't what they want.
no. So look at and you don't want none of this because in these lawsuits, all of us could be included. Just
Accessory after
remember
the
that.
fact.
Just remember that.
I
So,
studied it. I
The
looked
less you
into it.
know, the better.
And that's what
That's
I
why-
told him.
Yeah, that's why I have washed my hands. And it has nothing to do with hatred or anything like that. If it wasn't for some of those guys, I wouldn't even have a channel. And I thank them for that. And I love what they did for me. But
They reached out to me.
yeah, it's trust and it's safety. And I don't need lawyer crap. You know what I'm saying? So I want nothing to do with that. I don't know anything, but
Yeah.
just remember,
That's right.
like I said last night.
I don't know anything anyway. And
Yeah,
I
you
remember
don't wanna
talking to
know
me and Doug. Me and
Stay
Doug
away.
talking, man. I do stay away. That's the thing is I don't need anything either. But just like me and Doug were talking, a couple weeks ago, there's no need for any of us
No.
to even put our nose in that stuff. All right, let the people do what they want to do. You know, I ain't dragging nobody, and I don't want to be drug into anything. All right, I respect everybody here. Everybody knows that. I respect you all. All right, but yeah, none of us need to be into any of that stuff, and that's why I don't say anything.
That's not what this channel. I
That's
just
not
call
what this group is about, man.
no.
I'm
It's
just
very
tired of
good
all
work.
the idiots and the drama. I want to learn something, like that's why I come here. I want to learn. I want to hear from you guys that are have experienced in your life. All right,
Yeah,
more
make
than
sure you
me.
listen to me, Doug, and Ami. But Dee has no idea what he's talking about. Doesn't no clue. As we're talking right now, I'm on my other computer
Hey,
typing
I
to him what
respect
to
Arnie,
say.
but he knows that. Salute to my brother right there.
But
So-
I think these men are more saying it's a warning. If you play in that pig pit, you're gonna drag that shit back home.
Oh God, yeah, you're done. You're
do
done.
it,
Look
y'all.
at Ted.
Don't do
Look
it.
at Ted. But let me tell you something. And I know everybody on this panel, and I said it multiple times last night. I want you to remember whatever you hear, whatever is told to you about one person or another, it's not always true. Most of the time.
Y'all,
If you
the
can
internet
read between the lines.
The internet can be addictive, y'all.
Yeah, that's why I said this is why I like this group, and we just do our thing, and you will not see me anywhere else but either on this channel or on my own.
Yeah.
That's it. No more. I'm not going on anybody. And you know what, dude? I am so I'm aggravated and upset that Nikki's Unjust is being horribly attacked like that. Horrible. And that makes no sense to me. I can't picture anybody doing that. And now with the whole doctor telling her, hey, it's probably time for you to be done. You brought food, but you better brought enough for both of us and all of us because you're eating in front of us, and that's rude. Really. But what is happening?
Thanks, sweetheart.
Over there? You're welcome. Yeah, it's disgusting what's happening with her channel, and but now her health needs to come before the channel. So I feel that she'll be taking a break shortly because that was their recommendation. So.
Well, I can tell you this, guys, every one of you. I don't beat to nobody's drum by my own, literally.
You do whatever
I
tell
don't
you.
need anybody out there in this channel that don't just want to be true and blue to who they are.
Well, it's nice knowing you. I'll see you.
So that's how it is for me. And
same.
So, and I think all of you guys, even you, Army vet, I know just from being a vet, that's almost like a grandfathered in. I don't like that people bring all this negativity because, like I said, when you build your foundation on solid rock, that foundation lasts forever. When you build it on just stilts, sooner or later they're going to break. That's what we have in this group. We have a lot of solid foundation. Army vets got a lot of information, knowledgeable. Doug knows how to gather so much information. Myself, I can bring you the law enforcement aspect. And then, of course, Chris brings a lot of the nuances together. And as far as Bruce, I don't know you very well, but you seem like an awesome guy. As long as we stay confound to this type of delivering our message, I think we're going to do well. I think it's going to go well. So,
of course it will.
And we just let the mods know. We just don't want any drama in the chat. They'll take care of it.
And if any of my mods are in here on this channel right now, I don't even know who's in here, but April's here and I'm gonna have Miss Barney's in here too. April's here. But yeah, if the troll stuff comes in, don't even talk about it. None of us. Don't even mention it.
Yeah.
And then the mods, just gone. See you later. Nobody replied to them in the chat either.
So that's what I do. I don't reply to them. I don't talk to them. I ignore the thing. All right.
That's all
just
they
like
want.
anything. You stick to the program that you're doing. It's not about letting somebody, and we've all done this. And I know Army Vet got a little out of hand with the thing, and he literally said you gave them what they wanted, and now they're out.
Yep.
I don't want that. I come here to learn. I come to hang out with you guys. I don't want no drama from anybody. All right. Me, I know of all things. I've had not too long ago stuff happened. So all right, I'm done with all the nonsense with these people. I ain't gonna be around on their channels, and I'm sorry.
No, and the biggest
I don't deserve that. What happened?
No, and the biggest thing here is trust, right? I trust everybody here on this panel. Army Vet, is half and half because I'm not sure really. He's could be a spy or something, you know what I'm saying? But no, but the biggest thing too is trusting the mods. You got to be able to trust all your mods, and I have the most trust in all of them. April, amazing job. Miss Barney. And then everybody else, Carol, I mean, there's not a lot in here today, but but everybody of our mods is amazing. And yeah, I was pretty put back that AJ stopped because that was my first mod and all that good stuff. But again, I still have communication. So, but yeah. This is great. This is what we need to do, and we just stick to it. I mean, we're not going to change it anyways. There's nothing else. I mean, what else is there to do? I'm not here to pick on people.
Y'all are different. Remember that. Remember, y'all are different. Y'all have self-confidence, and it exudes when you're on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of men don't have this confidence.
No,
you know what I'm
or
saying,
it's
DD?
just lies and bull.
Yeah, and you can be attacked. So you have to. I ain't gonna say as a man you have to be tough, but you gotta understand, and when it's time to stand up, stand up. You gotta be confident. You gotta stand in your confidence.
Mm-hmm. And
especially when these trolls coming.
Yeah, and they're only looking to rile everybody up, or the real reason they're here is for you to say something. And if you don't say anything, they're gonna leave because that's all they want. They just want you to, reply back and start a whole thing. But if you don't reply, they're going to leave because they're going to be bored. Or they're going to hang around and they're going to get tossed. So whatever. If that's what we're here to do, we're here to talk about true crime and try to figure things out. And did you hear what we were talking about, Army Vet? About the hangings?
Yeah, in the Mississippi. I'm in Louisiana. It's more... Down here, everything's weird because drones are attacking military bases. So I
saw something about that.
Yeah, we got a drone attack in Louisiana. That's why I went back.
Exciting. Great.
I know.
It's all we need now. Well, everything is drones now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. Have you guys seen the drone on TV or on the computer on videos and stuff that people can ride on it?
Oh yeah.
I've seen something like that. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I did see something.
I want to take a ride on a drone. You know, I'm
I mean,
better at the
think-
controls. I'd be upside down, in and out.
I mean, think about the technology.
Yeah, I know.
AI can make things smaller.
Yep.
Why can't they make it bigger?
Oh, they can.
Yep.
It's out there. It's there.
Mhm.
I have a,
Right.
you know where I stand with Nancy Guthrie. You know, I am 100% on board with you of how everything took place and how everything is. It's definitely higher ups. It's not just the thing. You know how I feel, but it's tough to explain that to people the way you do. But that's where I stand on that.
I'm gonna have to put out. I'm gonna have to put out more because people aren't really paying attention to the camera footage that has not been released.
Mm-hmm.
Like, expect the local police to release the camera footage of the police coming to Nancy's house.
Yeah.
Just like Juice them and the rest of them. They come with body cameras automatic. So
Yeah.
I think that's the next release. You know what I'm saying? When
Yeah, I
things
mean,
get
that's-
hectic.
Yeah, because I mean, can't you? Well, because it's an ongoing case, can you request the body cam footage yet?
That's why I said if y'all got the camera footage from them,
Yeah,
the
because
guys,
you'd see inside.
you should be able to get their camera footage.
Huh. Would that be a FOIA request?
Yeah,
would be.
Yep.
Yeah.
You'd have to get a FOIA request for the cameras. But again, Chris, you never know if they'll say sure, I'll get you, and next thing you know, it's 6 months down the road, and then you get it. So
Yeah. Well, it took clues. I don't know how long it took her to get her stuff, but it was a while. But yeah, I mean that's curious too. Is just to
First
see
responders.
Yeah, to see what
They
was
should have-
inside.
Yep. That's where y'all get the ring camera from, where it's placed at. Because the first responders seen it when they walked in. That's DD. Like, ain't that what cops walk in before the scene got cleared?
Right.
So all of them seen it.
Yep.
Yeah, they've seen everything, and I keep trying to explain the situation because people always have been saying the last few weeks I've been back and forth with it about, oh, the cops never should have pulled in the driveway. They shouldn't have walked here. They shouldn't have walked here. But you got to remember, at first, it wasn't no crime scene. It was a
Right.
missing person.
Was
So
not
they can
a crime scene.
pull
Right.
in and walk wherever they want
Yeah.
until they see something that says, hey, it's a crime.
Once they talk to that RP is when they're going to know what they're dealing with. And once they find out, that's when they immediately have to start that protocol of what they have to do.
Yeah.
No one
And then-
starts it before then.
Yeah. So, I mean, they didn't do, when they first got there, that first, 15, 20 minutes, they didn't do anything wrong. They did what they usually did. It was a missing person. It wasn't a kidnapping. It wasn't a crime yet. It was a missing person. They just went there to see what they could find. And then once they saw what they needed, they screwed the rest up from there. But, if they really did. But, yeah. So that's
Don't
where I
leave
stand
out.
with that.
Don't leave. This is the key. When Savannah hung that phone up with Annie, she called Senator Kelly, and Senator Kelly called the sheriff and that other person.
Yeah.
So they knew something.
Yeah. They did, because you wouldn't be calling him right away.
Exactly.
You know,
He
there was
called both
something.
of
There
them.
was there was something there. Oh well, you know, let me call this guy because he's the most powerful guy I know in that area, and that's what she did. You know. So, what did I miss, Kara? Why are we congratulating?
Because I just made her a mod.
Oh, congratulations! Good job.
Just made her a mod.
Nice, perfect.
I've been wanting Drew. She's been waiting behind the scenes, but I think it's time, especially with everything going on.
Yeah, I gave my mods a meeting yesterday on stream. I say, if I see you bullying in the chat doing anything, I'm wiping you out overnight.
Yep. I have, you know, and luckily it's been fine. Again, like I said the other day, if a mod times somebody out, that's on the mod, right? If it's an accident, understood. But if a mod times somebody out, that's it. They're timed out. It's being done for a reason. But like you said, if it's because you have an ongoing battle with her, then that's unacceptable. But
yeah,
you know, you're the mod, you do it. I don't want. That's the thing with the channel. We don't want to have to deal with that, right?
Yep.
We want to just do what we're doing right now, and then the mods, you just do whatever the hell you want. You know what I'm saying? But they know what they're doing. I don't worry too much. But yeah, don't bully anybody.
Yeah, it made me
you won't be a
rethink.
mod long.
Yeah, it made me rethink everything. Especially what Ted is going through. I'm like, I need to rethink my channel. I really need to rethink who's in charge, who's controlling, because that's the last thing you want to be. I work with the Wounded Warrior program with our veterans, so we can't have that. We can't have that. So can't have that. Can't have that.
I agree with that. Without a doubt. Yeah, no, I just think, like I said, I'm seeing the numbers, and the numbers are growing, guys, and we're all becoming a voice, if you will, and a lot of people do look to what we have to say. So we just got to be careful on how we deliver and what we deliver, and that's why I always try to get as much accuracy as I can, and to the closest to what I can, and sometimes it's going to be going with for me anyway, it's going to be going with my law enforcement background. You know, I rely on that. But then again, I also, just like Vet says, I also draw back a lot from my Marine Corps. You know, there's so much there. So, yeah, all I ever want to do is give out the most possible accuracy as possible, and then let everybody make their own decision. You know, because that's what it's about. It's about your opinion, man. You know,
Right.
You know, you just can't make something a fact if you don't have it a fact. You know, so that's just me. But I think I like all you guys. I really respect every one of you for what you do, and I think that's why the Lord blesses, man. The God blesses because people do things the right way. Just my opinion.
And I want to give my feeling on our channel, and I think it's important because it's different from other channels because it's not about Devil Dog or Chris or Doug and the people on panel. It's about the people in the chat and the people that we're talking about, and hopefully we can give good information, bring awareness, and maybe even make a difference in somebody's life, whether it's a victim or a victim's family. And that's what I like most about this channel. So if you're a troll and you're going to come in here just to stir up trouble, just stay away. If you're not going to try to offer something that is helpful, then you don't belong here. And our mod will take care of you. So bye-bye.
That's
And
fact.
that's how I feel about what we have here.
I love the chat. The chat is really signaling to these content creators, I don't want to play that game. I want to get back to Nancy. Can we talk about this? Can we talk? The chat is telling these people this. That's why Dee Dee said the numbers are growing. because
Mhm.
they know what they
Yeah.
want. They know what they want.
Absolutely.
The chat doesn't want that.
It's growing because it's growing because you guys are sticking to your topics. You guys are sticking to what you come out here for. Yes, chatting and having fun with everybody. The chat, people on the panel. That's all what you do out here. But you're sticking to the topic, Double Dog. And you have Chris, you got Doug, you got Army Bet. You got people that come on that want to talk and bounce ideas off each other. Not sit here and worry about what whoever's doing in the
Right.
other chat.
Absolutely.
Let me just respond to that, because this whole thing about, oh, Devil Dog, you got Chris, you got Doug, it's the other way around. We have Devil Dog. They brought us together. They knew Devil Dog needed us. He was
That's right.
desperate need.
Hey guys, I'll take a back seat. It's okay. No worries.
There's no back seats here. Well, I mean,
For
there
me,
could be, but there isn't. There isn't here. That's
I
what
got the
that's what I
recliner.
like
That's
about
all I
it.
know, man.
Yeah, no, it's good, and it is great though.
No, I tell you, I really enjoy just the conversation. I've always been someone who have always believed that communication is the most important thing there is in
Yes.
anything you do in life. Anything, whether it's a relationship, whether it's communication in your job, anything. Without communication, you have nothing.
Right.
You really don't. So for me, I always like to try to communicate with everybody respectfully. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some times when I'll get a little bit heated, and it's just because someone will keep pushing those buttons, and they won't know when to stop. That's when I always look for my mods to come in and just take care of it. They don't have to ask me; just do what they do.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm really happy with everything that we got, everything we're doing. The people want to hear, and here's the other thing too, guys. You got a lot of experience of life and knowledge here. Okay, you got knowledge and experience of life in so many different fashions. It's just not one thing, and that's what makes it also good, because different people can come from different various angles to get up to answer a question that maybe I don't get, or that doesn't get, or Chris or Doug or even Bruce or whoever. We can come in different ways, and a lot of it too is just our experience in life. I'm not that young, guys. Okay,
Definitely not.
and I can look at I look at other things going on across the board, and I see that's what that age matters. It makes a difference.
Hey, can you send the link to Doug again? He
Yes.
kicked his ass out. He did it
Well,
himself.
Doug.
And I want to remind everybody in the chat what Dee was just saying about, I'm not a young chap. You can't see. He's got double canes, and it's the ones with 4 feet on them, with a tennis ball on each one. So
Welcome in, Sam. Welcome in.
you just can't see them. They're out of screen. So, and he has a lock and a
Now,
walk.
hey guys. Also, on a serious note, I'm going to be going to Tucson at the end of October. I want to go ahead and go up there to the Catalina foothills myself and kind of see. Dee Dee, my wife, will be there with me, but we're going to go up there, and I want to see it for myself. If there's anything you guys can think outside the box, you'll all be able to stream from wherever we're at. And I just
got
need
an
to
idea
know.
for you.
Well, tell me.
Request a tour of Davis Moffett Air Force Base and Fort Huachuca.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me write
You know what I'm
that
saying?
down.
Because you a vet.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Disabled vet.
See, there you go.
Go ahead, bro. What is it again?
Davis Moffett Air Force Base is 10 minutes from Nancy's house. It's a major base.
And what's the who do I contact on that? Is that just going to be the Gar Shack, or is that going to be who?
Yeah. Just call before saying you want to interview. You know what I'm saying? Take it
Yeah.
that way. I'm sure they'll
Okay.
love to give a veteran an interview.
The
Then
set of
slip in your
veteran
questions.
love.
Slip in a couple of your questions.
He's a disabled vet. While he was walking around, he sat on a cactus and got him all in his ass. That sent him home, man. That was it.
I will do that. Thank you for that info, my brother. I appreciate it.
Man,
Absolutely.
They love you. They're gonna love you, big dog.
Oh no, brother, but I tell you what, I'm gonna love it because hey, I want to go out there and just see what for myself. You know what I mean? Just to see, it's a different perspective, man. Just to see like, what is that vibe? What is that aura that's going around in that area? And I'm telling you, you can make sense of a lot of things that are happening if you're there. And that's the only thing I regret is that I haven't been over there. It's not because I didn't want to. It's just, I didn't have the right situation.
Yeah.
Well, now the right situation is here, and we got the right channel, and we got the right people, and we got the right support, and that's what matters. So that is going to happen.
Definitely go to the base, get the smell, so it'll kick you back to your old self.
Oh yeah,
yeah, you know what I'm saying. Get that smell before you go to the Catalina foothills.
Oh my Lord, yeah. It's one thing about any type of base, man, military base.
You turn it back on.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, everything says it's a go, but your legs.
You got
right?
It. You got
oh
it.
Lordy. But yeah, we're gonna be doing that, and I'm gonna try to go up. As a matter of fact, I even thought about going up there to South Carolina, but my first thing is going to be going to the Catalina area, and then the next thing is wherever we go. And I know one way I'm going to make it up there to the Boston area where Chris is at, and also where Doug's at, because I just think it's important. Once we all start knowing each other and understanding what makes us motivated and what makes us move, I think that even becomes more tighter. Everything becomes more solid. So that's how I look at things.
Yeah, I agree with you.
36-29. You are right. You are right. You are very right. Because the veterans in that area is military. So when we see somebody getting arrested on the side of a road just for we kind of get a little bit upset.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Absolutely. I agree with that, Sam, without a doubt.
Oh, Doug is lonely back here.
I just didn't I just send it to you?
No, I think he at the back.
Oh, got you. Oh, no, you should be able to come in. I got you right here. I got you. I'm sorry. I got you.
No worries. It's all right.
I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I'm waiting for your face or your picture thing to come up, and it stays blank, and I'm like, what the?
Well, thanks for letting me back in. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You're a part of the team, brother.
At least I can still hear y'all. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's I tell you what, man, I enjoy this all. I really do. April said, DD, bring Doug back. Oh, Lord.
Thanks, April.
Well, I always count on April to keep me kind of in line on what's going on. So it's all good. It's all good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You're good. You were saying something and it was good, and I just totally.
You're good, man. You're good. But I definitely I really do like to travel. I like to get out and go places and see places. Just lately it's been like one death after another in my family, so it's been really hard to kind of put everything in perspective. But and there's another one fixing to happen here next probably couple days, and so it seems like in the last 5 years, I've lost 5, 6 people in my family. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, Army vet, but I got 19 in my family.
Hmm.
19. I had 11 brothers, 7 sisters,
Wow.
and 5 of us went to the military, 3 in the Army and 2 in the Marine Corps. And the idea is that family tree is starting to crumble. I'm the youngest one out of the 19. And so now we're down to 9. And here shortly we'll be down to 8. And so it's, it plays on your mind. You know what I'm saying? It plays on your mind. But
Yeah, the legacy.
yes, absolutely. I mean,
I know what you're saying.
my family, man, it was all about, I know it's horrible to say, but it was all about pride, dude. Pride.
Yeah.
You live up and hold up that name, and you make it happen, and you do this and that, and there's no no, you just get it done. So, it's one of those things where for me it's just seeing, when you look at the longevity of everybody and you look at if everything goes without barring an accident or cancer or something, longevity tells you where that pecking order is coming down eventually, and it just makes you wonder, like, damn. I mean, the first 5 were boys, and then they weren't, they were, let's just say everybody held up the legacy. You didn't have a choice. So
Right.
For me, that's what I'm going through right now. Constantly, here the last few days being gone and whatnot, and yeah, and this one, the one now is he's an Army vet himself, and so it is what it is. Life, Lord will separate everything out, and life will take its course, and we'll move on. But doesn't mean that any one in particular person is going to like it,
Mm-mm.
and that's where I'm at. So it's just
Dylan,
that, man.
You know what I believe? We've got lives, and I think myself what I do in my life is to appreciate the people that you have, but I believe that we should also, others, even if we don't know them, be kind. We should be friendly. We should be we should go back where we're all like us. We're all getting along, but we all, respect each other. And
Right.
I don't know if we could, if we can. I know we can. I know those people that can, but I just want to know my life that I'm going to love and I'm going to be respectful to everybody, even if you don't like me. So that's what I was by my father.
Well said.
You think? Do you
Welcome in,
really,
Blue Eyes.
Hello. Do you really think Dee Dee bringing a drone is going to work out? Because we'll have pictures of the sun, the moon. We'll have pictures of the ground. We'll have pictures.
Hey, I do like the unknown.
Yeah, I know, right? We'll be looking at the stars and stuff.
I'm looking for aliens, man.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay.
Don't get me started.
You're gonna find a whole bunch of drones out there.
Hey, I get you, no doubt.
You know what I was having trouble with, Army vet? I was talking somewhere the other day, and they were like, what do you think of, Nancy Guthrie? And I went into my whole thing, which and then I was like, I said, you have Army, you have military bases there. I said, and you have now, just by learning from listening to, you and understanding that that is probably one of the, or is one of the, strongly secured facilities that we have right now that has eyes in the sky. And people are like, what are you talking about? And I was like, man, they got stuff up in the sky watching the security around there. They could zoom in and see an ant in front of Nancy's house, and they're like, "You don't know what you're talking about." It's tough to get people to understand that.
No, I get it, man.
Okay. The video.
Yeah.
Is there 7 seconds missing of that video?
I
Which
think
one, the
there's a little
porch
bit
guy?
more missing.
Yeah.
Well,
Have
there's
it been-
more than that, I believe, but there's definitely
Like-
7 seconds missing.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
You can see the splice.
Mhm.
Well, number one, either I don't think it's AI, number one, because I'm not, I mean, unless you said AI put a splice in it, but I'm thinking that was what's missing is either her coming out the front door with somebody, and that's what they spliced out so we couldn't see. Something on that lines is what I would think.
I think that it is AI, that the splice was put in there after the fact to make people think that it was authentic. Why else would you put a splice in there?
Why would the FBI put out a fake video?
I think they're trying to get the perpetrator like a bumbling doofus. And if we assume that this person is most likely a narcissist, they put out the video talking to the perpetrators. If he's sitting back watching it and saying, "That's not me, that's not how it went down," it could trigger him to say, "Hey, that's not how it went."
Why
I
even
think
find
the
the
video was for the perpetrators, not for the viewers. That's what I think. I think it's psychological warfare the FBI is playing with the perpetrators. That's why there's no timestamp. That's why there's no other video. That's why we see the splice. That's why he looks like a
Because
bumbling idiot.
There's no timestamp because you will see the splice.
Exactly.
Why would you
So
splice
if they
it?
want us to think it's real, you got to take away the timestamp
Why
in order
even
to
release?
believe the
Why,
splice is real.
why release a video to the public that they don't even know you have?
True.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Why? If it's fake. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving back and forth because nobody have conversations anymore. So why release this video? Why? If it's not real.
To trigger the perpetrator and his narcissistic tendencies.
Then
Or
why
just
cut the video?
or just to keep the bullshit story going.
Or to keep
Then
the
why,
old shit story
They
going.
gave
then
us
wh-
something. Here's
then
the
why
guy.
cut the video?
Because they didn't want you to either see what was
Then
happening to her on the way out or who it was.
Then it's not about the kidnapper.
Exactly.
There you go. I'm using analytical helping y'all.
Yeah,
what I'm
no,
saying?
it's
Mhm.
and it was, again, we don't know why she was taken. We don't know for what reason. I mean, everybody has their theories and thoughts, but nothing seems correct in my head, in my eyes.
What are
If
they
it's-
hiding?
Say what?
What are they hiding? You said everything
Well,
don't feel correct. Think about it. Just keep thinking it. Think.
well, no, like what I'm saying is, if you pick it apart, there's 3 reasons that she's missing. The only 3 reasons that I can think of, and you know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Number 1, it was for ransom. Was it for ransom? Absolutely not. No way. Number 2 and 3 are, like I said yesterday, Doug, it's either Savannah's husband or it's something to do with what Cameron knows, right? I've pretty much taken Cameron out of the picture, and I've narrowed it in my theory. I've narrowed it down to Savannah's husband, because if say it was another country, just say. That's one of the guys that most of us wouldn't even think about. We wouldn't think about what good would he do. But he's got probably more pull than Mark Kelly has.
True.
So
Yeah.
he would be the main guy for information. Like, listen here, we got Savannah, we have your mother, Bubba, all that crap. We know this, but he is a very powerful and important guy, and not too many people have spoke about him.
Right.
It's the reason.
Why?
So-
Why? It's for intelligence. Like, again, and I've also linked in my updated theory, I've also linked him, and I said this to you yesterday, that I've also linked the whole thing to the missing scientists.
Mhm.
They're all related together somehow. They all come together. It's all about the intelligence.
Yes.
Doug, you
It's-
was right there.
It's
Uranium,
all
right?
about it. It just
No,
it's hard.
Or let's say that the video is real and there's a 7-second splice. I don't think the splice is enough to see them doing something to Nancy, but it could have been removed. Maybe there was a note that he presented to the camera when he walks up to it. Maybe there was some kind of note or information or message that he flashes, and that's what they removed. Like, if the video is actually real, I think that could be a possibility. And if we're saying Sav's husband is the actual person, then that almost has to lead back to Einstein.
But it's also what you're saying. You are right, Doug. You just got to fight that point, because if they release that video, that put pressure on the kidnapper. That means they might think Nancy is already gone. That's why they.
Exactly.
So you might be. I agree. That's what I'm saying. Fight that point, Doug. Fight that.
And well,
fight it.
let's channel back to what you said a while ago, Yvette. And I can never explain why, because I never remember why. But you said they knew days before.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Releasing that video is what Doug. I agree. He put pressure on it. Look at what YouTube was doing for that video. Every single day he sees his face.
Mhm.
Now go to Devil Dog. As a cop, if you put pressure on him, he might do something to his hostage. That means the hostage is no longer there. That's why you put pressure. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
That's why they do it.
Right. And that would make sense because they say that she perished on the 6th and the video comes out on the 10th, the day after the 9th deadline. The last deadline was the 9th. The video comes out on the 10th. So they probably already think that she's gone. So they put the pressure on the perpetrators in hopes that they make a mistake and trigger their narcissistic tendencies. To a narcissist, if that video isn't real, it must be driving him freaking crazy seeing everybody talk about him and his face plastered all over the internet and just knowing that that's not me and that's not how it happened.
Or hold on. What Chris is saying, this is from overseas, and now the guy that paid him want him eliminated because you linking back to me, and I see your face, and he put
Or
pressure
that.
on him. He's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact it's been 7 months, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. Zero. Zilch.
That's crazy. You paid for the talent, obvious.
So, yeah, that points to a more sophisticated operation, not just a local gang of bumbling idiots that were trying to make some a quick buck.
And that is so far out of my theory now. There's no way that this was local.
No.
Sorry. I mean, there's no possible. I mean, there's a way, obviously, but it's just no way. It's too good.
Interview a law enforcement officer. That's all I'm saying. In 24 hours, if you don't have any camera footage of the Tucson area after 7 months, that should tell you this ain't local. Because local police can't blind cameras. The FBI arrest everybody in the damn station.
Right. So just answer this one question for me, Army vet. Could the U.S. government see the front of Nancy's house from one of their satellites?
Yes, but a team could do this. 5 of me could pull this off.
Yeah, no, I got you.
But it would cost
all I'm
about
saying
$10
for
million
is
a person.
yeah. All I'm saying is for video. That's all.
I could blind everything.
You know what I'm saying?
It
If
would
they
take
want
me
to
about-
see something, they can see it.
But you can hire, like, you can hire me to hack that same system.
Oh, I
11
got you. I
missing
got you.
scientists. You just get me.
Mm-hmm.
Get 10 of me. I need somebody to hack cameras. I need somebody to do going in. I need somebody to be the driver. I need somebody to let. But it's gonna cost way more than $1 million. That's a joke.
Yeah, well, exactly.
That's a joke. Listen,
That's why
it'll take 10 million just to get somebody's attention.
Right. That's why it just feels that it's definitely on the higher side, and they just threw out some bone stuff. It's not a local thing. Sorry, it's too. It's everything's being hidden. Everything.
Camera footage. That's all I'm gonna go to. Just
now,
look
if you
at your
listen to
local camera
Nanos
footage.
in his last interview, we have lots of video to go through. What video? What are we talking about? What are you talking about, pal?
He right. The surrounding area. They got all the camera footage of the surrounding area. They got all the camera footage of the ring cameras of the neighbors the day before, the day after. They have the camera footage that I know allegedly they was looking for where they put their mask on. That's why they went outside that 2-mile circle to the businesses. They know they put their mask on somewhere, like me and Doug was saying. They camoed up at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. That would have been my other reason for the video clip. Is they would say they were carrying her out the front. Somebody didn't have a mask, or somebody had something on that was very recognizable, or something like on those lines, and that's what they cut out. The 7 seconds of them running out of the house with her.
I'm gonna tell you a secret thing in that video that most people don't see. Do you want to know why, when they say, why did he put a branch? And I need y'all to look this up. Why did he put that leaf there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if he would have spray painted it, the ring camera would have came back as something blocking the ring camera, and an alert would have came out?
Mm-hmm.
With a leaf there, it's going to keep recording, and it's not going to give you an alert.
Right, because it can still see. It's not completely blocked. It can still see.
And it knows it's a leaf.
Yeah, it can tell.
Voila.
Yeah, I know that.
And then they take the camera, which I think they knew that when they took it, they would be able to recover.
No,
the footage,
that was the mistake. Nope, he didn't.
You don't think they wanted us to?
Hell no.
What if it's 2 people and porch guy actually doesn't know, but the chef, that maybe the guy inside knows, so he tells him go out and take that camera, and he uses that as leverage against porch guy.
Devil Dog, in this mission, do we ever want to be seen on camera?
No.
Nobody
does. Never.
But and here's the other thing. He should have just left. Well, here we are.
Yep.
We're committing our own crime. He should have just left it. But with him taking it, and again, he took it off the wall, and they're not hard to get off. Really, if you have a screwdriver, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
But just because it's missing from the house, it's still recording. It's just not connected to the home Wi-Fi. So somebody can get the thing. So everything's still recording up until he either threw it somewhere or broke it. It's still recording. So when he
That's
took
what
it
he
off that
said.
wall and he was walking away wherever he went, because he didn't break it around the house or they would have found something. It's still recording. So there's video and sound of whatever the hell he did after that.
That to me, the biggest mistake he made was that.
Yes.
That was a 1,000%, because without him, with him taking it, y'all would not know who he was. Y'all wouldn't know when she was taken. Y'all wouldn't know the data points. Nothing. He messed this whole thing up by taking every. Y'all wouldn't know if Nancy was taken at 10 o'clock or 3 o'clock. That was the mistake.
But now you guys, I want to see body cam. That's what I want.
I would
wanna
love to see somebody.
Oh, I would love to see what they saw when they first walked in the house, because remember, as soon as yo,
I hear music.
it's Bruce.
Bruce, are you in a club?
Mute your mic, Bruce.
What's
It
that?
sounds like he's in.
You think
The
so?
music.
Bruce is partying over there. Hey, Bruce.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, man. Are you at a club?
Sir,
All we hear is music.
I don't have.
Huh, that's odd.
I hear club music, yeah.
Oop,
Whoop,
he's
whoop.
gone. He must have bounced up. I got the dirt track racer car. All right, Timmy. Great. Circle dirt. Ooh, that's almost. Yeah, it's Yeah, it's so. It's such a.
Does it still sound like I'm in a club?
Not now.
No, that
No,
sounds
you sound
great.
way better now.
Perfect.
Okay.
The echo's gone and everything.
I was
Okay.
jamming for a second. You know what I mean? I started to, like, remember the back in the days I was at the club just chilling.
So, what do
So,
you
no,
think
all
about
I'm
all this,
saying
Dog?
is-
Do you think any of this would make sense? Any of this sway you in one direction or another?
I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you, I don't know, man, because that's like from the stuff that, like, the camera stuff, and then everybody's saying different things. It could be this, could be that. Like, I don't know. Me, when we're saying that the guy's done, the guy's still out there. I mean, or whoever did this, girl, guy, whoever did it, they're out there still. So I mean, I don't know what to think. But I mean, Army Vet's right. If he wouldn't have touched that camera, we would have never known what time it was.
Right.
Anyways,
or have any video. There'd be zero video.
well, I'm wondering if there's just zero video now. But I mean, obviously, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just going to be patient, and I'm just going to be out here, going to be positive, and I'm going to hope for the best. I hope Nancy comes back. I hope they find her, and
Absolutely.
that's all I can hope for.
What about you, Devil Dog?
What about me? What?
What do you think about this conversation?
Well, you all know where I think. I think. I think that we're making. You just want to put me on the box. I got you.
It's called on the
But
spot. baby.
I'll just tell you straight out. In my opinion, I think there could be a lot of overthinking. In my opinion,
Could be.
there could be a lot of overthinking, and I think sometimes when you are hunting for a duck and you think you see a duck, go with it being a duck. That's the best way I can put it, because I really think, first of all, I don't think that, I just don't think that this outfit that did all this, in my honest opinion, just my opinion, I don't think they are all that sophisticated. I really don't. Could they be something from federal on higher government, this and that? Sure, it could be. The likely of that is probably not. If I always say to myself, if I'm wrong, then a lot of other people are wrong with me, because you would go where the directions are pointing you, not necessarily like this would be about a lot of people knowing what's happening, not about just a select few. And if it's only a select few, then yes, it's going to be above the level of just your everyday common man, right? So if it's going to be way above that, then only a select few is going to know. I don't believe it's to that point. Now, I'm not saying I can't get there. I'm just saying right now, I've seen too much inconsistency with the people at the lower end that can't explain the simplicities of certain things, whether it's LD, whether it's A, whether it's T. They can't even explain the simple dynamics. Okay. And instead, you got A and T hiding and dodging. You got L over here trying to plead his case how it's not him, but yet he's sinking his own ship. You know, you got DC that wanted to take, try to capitalize on a little bit of money. So my theory is go with what's most obvious. And then if that little one by one starts to peel off and says no, excluded, right now you can't exclude any one of those people. You can't exclude LD, you can't exclude DC, you can't exclude a TNA. At no time can you exclude them. Hell, you can't even exclude Kayla Day for that matter. So until you can exclude one and check them off as they're not one of those people, until those people are excluded, if that happens, that it comes out in the near future that this person couldn't have done it because of this case scenario, and this person is eliminated because of this case scenario, and it gets down to the week where those people are eliminated out of the equation, well, then it can only be, to me, one thing, and it's a way above our level. Now, I would go more with Army vet because he has a lot more experience in the higher tech than what we do. So what he's seen is a lot more than what we probably have seen. So you're going to know a lot of things we don't know. I'm going from this lower end because that's where my place is at. My level is from this local PD, this local police department level. Army vet is talking about literally at the top because he understands that level.
Mm-hmm.
That's why if you notice, Army vet will always say, ask DD, ask law enforcement. Because he ain't crossing that Rubicon.
Yeah.
Because his level is so much higher. So it's like trying to get someone to see something with the James Webb telescope and someone taking out their $1.99 telescope and trying to get that same picture. You can't. Right. You just can't. So this is why it's important that everybody has their theory and their opinion, because that's how you figure things out.
Yep.
I'm sure at some point I'm going to get to a point where if the people that I've suspected from the very beginning of day one, because of my level of expertise, are checked off the box, then I can only go one more, and that's a level up. I can't go a level down because no one else makes sense on a level down. It has to go up. Now then I would be in the level of thinking what Army vet is thinking, or what Doug is thinking, or even what Chris is thinking, because you guys are thinking from a different perspective. You follow me?
Mhm.
And that's the only way to really understand it. Until my boxes are checked, that they are no longer in play, that's where I'm at. I'm at the PD level. I'm not at the government
Military,
level
government level. Yeah.
because
But
I'm not there. I don't know. That's out of my realm. But if I knew what Army vet knew, I'd probably be right there with him. If I knew what Army vet knew, I'd probably be where Doug is at, or Chris, or Bruce. But the fact of the matter is, I'm staying in my lane because that's what I know is my lane. You follow me?
Mhm.
I
So
do.
that's why I'm saying what I'm saying is because that is the lane that I know of. If I try to go outside that lane, I'm lost. I'm confused. Why? Because I don't know nothing about that lane.
Right.
So I got to stay with where I know until my lane is proven to be wrong. Then I'm going to go ahead and stick to that. And once it's proven wrong, then I'll go the next higher level. And that's where we're talking about Army vet, Chris, what you're surmising, and also Doug, what you're surmising. That's the best way I can put it. So do I think this was something a little bit less than the top notch? Yes. I haven't had anybody prove me anything that LD, A, or T, and DC are not involved. I haven't had anybody tell me anything about that.
Nope.
I've heard a lot of people talk about a lot of different elements, right? A lot of different scenarios, but I've never had anybody disprove any one of those theories that I've had or any one of that theory of those people involved. So as soon as they get checked off the box, I'm moving on up.
Moving on up.
Well,
That's how I look at things.
Can I say one
honesty.
thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Doug, you had to ask him that question?
absolutely.
Are you fucking kidding me? I've been here for 5 minutes drooling now. Like, that was a good point. That was a good.
I always believe stay in your lane, know your place, know what you know, because if you start getting outside your box, you look like you know nothing. You don't get anything.
I don't even have a box.
Well, I'm trying to be nice.
Remember, I'm intelligent, y'all.
I'm unsubscribed. I'm taking my like back.
And I'm gonna give y'all a little hint on why I'm doing what I'm doing. I was deployed on September 11th over in Egypt hunting for terrorism. The same guys that was over here. I thought I knew everything. Being that once that hit, my whole screen cleared. I knew then somebody was above me that was controlling this. Never trust my information. Now I go down, not up.
Exactly.
Because I know I don't trust it. Even if I know it, I don't trust it.
And with the lack of transparency and information, it could be the lowest of the low and it could be the highest of the high.
But
and
you
all
can't
the
go
theories
high.
in between are viable.
Yeah, you can't go high. You got to go lower. You got to go down to the ground lower. Yep, you have to.
See, that's what I'm saying. You guys got really good points and really good solid theories on where you're at, and I like that because just because I have my theory of what happened, I'm always looking at your all's theory, comparing it until I see my theory start crashing. When my theory start crashing, or my views start to crash, my persons of interest start to get eliminated, I know now, okay, I've got to move up one. Now I've got to take the next step to think outside that box. But right now, it's kind of like I can't even skip my box because I haven't had anybody being able to skip any of the people that I've been thinking of. You follow me? It's more what I'm seeing. Kind of like it's the same thing you're saying, Army Vet. You're saying you don't trust that, so you got to come a notch down. And I'm saying I trust mine, but until I don't, I got to come a notch up because it's got to be higher than my level, which now we would start playing on your level. You follow me?
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's just taking step by step by step rather than trying to jump from down here
Right.
and go way up here. I'm just taking my steps until somebody can disprove that step, and then I go up, disprove that, go up until we get to where now it all makes sense.
You know what I'm adding into my Amazon wish list? I'm adding in a box. I need a box now. Jeez.
You guys.
I love it. I love the
This-
conversations, and then we can have these conversations.
Absolutely.
No,
No bitching, no arguing, no nothing.
It's crap. It's just the only crap that we hear is coming out of Dee Dee's mouth, but that's all. But I'm just here to make Dee Dee laugh. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what he
that
pays
is
me
it.
for. But yeah, the good thing about this is there's 4 people on this, right? And I mean, again, I'm kind of on the same with Army vet, so I'll just make it 3 different opinions, and they're all perfect opinions of what could have happened, what may have happened, and until something changes, that's where we'll be. You know what I mean? It's just nice that we can,
Believe me, I do not want to know our government is lying, Chris, doing this dumb. I want it to be what Dee Dee is saying. I do not want our government to be doing this stuff. Like,
no,
you know what I'm saying? So
definitely
I'm
not.
hoping I'm crossing my fingers, hoping he right. But
Yeah,
it's not looking
it makes
that way.
us. If that's the case, then it makes us look like the other countries.
Yep.
This is what happens in the U.S. now? I don't think so.
Exactly.
You know, and again, I would 100% agree that it has nothing to do with the government. You know, are there hands in it some way or another? Probably, but I'm hoping it's just, again, somebody that was just trying to make a quick buck, you know, but that failed miserably.
Yeah, no doubt.
They
They had no secondary plan. They had no third. They had nothing. They had panic and chaos.
And did she pass from her medical conditions, or did they unalive her?
Yeah.
I mean, God forbid that, you know, whatever. If she passed on her own, that's how I would want to know that it wasn't them. They didn't unalive her.
But allegedly, they showed all the family the video in one room at one time.
What
Would y'all
video?
separate the face guy, the porch guy?
Are we sure it was that video? And they didn't show him another video?
But I'm saying everything that they got, they showed the family. Would you study the family? They're gonna have a reaction.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. I froze.
Cameron to Annie, all of them gonna have a reaction sitting in there seeing this.
Absolutely.
Right.
Remember, they released it to them before they released it to us.
That's a fact.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. No, my picture froze, so I was just making sure you could hear me.
Yeah, no, I hear you, buddy.
I'm good with that picture. I don't care. But yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense too. I mean, it's again, I love this whole channel panel thing. I mean, it's different views, but that's the one thing is we can all have different opinions, different views, and we still just say, hey, how you doing, whatever. On other platforms and other places, you know, that turns into arguments and fights and blah 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 blah. But I'll yell at Dee Dee later on my own. But I mean, this is the good stuff, though.
Look, guys, this is one thing I'll say. On some of these channels, you're hearing a lot of theatrics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's just call it for what it is. You're hearing a lot of theatrics. I don't really care for theatrics. All I want to know is substance.
Right.
Tell me what the substance is and let me process it. Like I'm listening to everything you guys are saying, every bit of it, believe you me. And some of you I'm writing it down. I'm listening and trying to process as we're having this conversation because I think it is so eye-opening on some of the theories that you guys are having. I think they're great. I just need time to get there. So as soon as mine doesn't pan out, guess what? I am there without a doubt. I am there. And so I am just like for me, I am literally in all about everything you guys are bringing to the table.
Mm.
I just have to take time to get there because
That'll take some time.
mine hasn't been disproven. And I cannot just throw my training and my knowledge that I've had out the window without having somebody debunk it.
Right.
And I haven't had anybody debunk it. And I probably won't until somebody's arrested.
Yeah, until something happens big and something comes out, then we'll be able to say, hey, your theory sucked, didn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but no. And again, it could be who knows what. And and I have my theories, my theory too, but I have been demoted to the bottom, April. I just unbelievable.
Chris,
when I speak bad about Dee or I talk, he just goes in and just puts me to the bottom.
Stop it.
Well, that was April. April said that. But
that was my accident. Stop it. Oh boy.
I forget what I was even saying. But
I got
Go
another
ahead.
quick thought.
Go
What
Joe.
if what law enforcement said about a jammer being used, would that change your opinion and allow you to move up?
You asking me?
I'm asking everybody. If that actually is true and a jammer was used in this crime, would that raise it above the level at the bottom? Would that put you more towards the middle?
So who had the jammer?
Not me.
It would be new technology. It wouldn't be a jammer.
Yeah.
Because
Right,
if
but
they
I'm saying,
used the
like-
jammer, they wouldn't get the video.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
If there was
yes.
a jammer, you wouldn't see that video on the
A
door of the
screamer?
camera.
Or
A screamer,
something,
yes.
or something more advanced than a jammer of some sort.
Well, I think for me, I'd have to know what this equipment is done, when did it come out, and how up there, who has this, who uses this, for me to go up to that level. Just by just when you said the jammer, I think anybody can buy a jammer anywhere, right? And then you go to the next level and you go, what about this? Well, only really those are military use only. Okay, well now if you're talking about that, then most likely it's somebody that can get access to it, to something like this, or somebody that's it's in that level. Of course, yeah, absolutely. That would, for me, that would make me. I still want to know where my players are at, but that would start getting me to think a little bit higher than where I was at. You know what I mean?
Didi is okay. You're more analytical.
Absolutely.
Okay, I get you. He wants
Absolutely.
you to prove. You're gonna have to provide him facts, not feelings. Hard
Yes.
facts
Yes.
that he can research himself. He don't
Yes.
care what you say. He want to be able to put it on paper and go look at it. That's our analytical thinker.
Absolutely.
So
It
I
was
get
a
it.
hypothetical question. I just wanted to know
Stuff.
if that would sway you in one way or another.
Right. Well, you know what? Thinking of this electrical stuff and jammers and stuff like that, I got a question for you guys. When the boys were boots on the ground, they showed us lots of pictures of certain items. And then one day there was a report. Do you remember the green electrical box that was all torn up and stuff?
Yep.
Now, the first report, they were like, oh, it's for lights. Well, there is no lights there.
Right.
Like street lights and stuff like that. There's no lights. Was it foam? Possibly. Does it have anything to do with the cable? Internet? Possibly, because I ain't seen did I see telephone poles there? I don't know. Are they underground or are
I
they
don't think
above
so.
ground?
They were in between the washers, weren't they?
I don't even. I guess so. I mean, if there's no, I got to look back at a picture because that. Does anybody remember seeing telephone poles or any wires? I think it's
I don't know
underground.
if there were telephone poles. I just know there was a bunch of poles in the wash areas that I
Okay.
saw that they said those were like the open end where the city can go by and do their thing and work
Yeah.
around there or something.
Okay. So, what was that box all torn up for? Was it somebody wasn't joking? There was so many people in and around that area at that time. Why was that all torn apart? What was it being? Obviously, I think it was JLR that showed the box like a few days before. He wasn't showing the box, he was just driving by and you could see it. And it was normal. The door was closed and everything. But we don't know how long that stuff had been pulled apart from. The door could have just been closed so nobody noticed it. So that could have been the night. They could have did that on purpose. Somebody could have tore that apart to get rid of what though? What did that box actually do? That's one thing, you know. Hey, that's one thing. If you're in when you're there, see if you can see that box and maybe pull over and see what it says all over it, and just does it have to do with power? Does it have to do with internet? Because then maybe that would explain everybody losing their internet for a little while. They said at the beginning, which who knows? But what do you think about that green box, Doug? I mean, it's definitely either phone or internet stuff.
I think that it's both. I think it's Cat5 wire and data wire. So the blue and black type wire, and I believe most of it is ran underground and conduit.
So, if that's, that type of wiring, what's it for?
It's for internet, cable.
Well, there you go. Then that would answer
I would
one
say
question.
cameras fall into that category too, because they're going to be running off of one of them two systems.
Well, they're going to like neighborhood cameras like that are put in by the city.
All of the above.
Yeah,
Any
'cause I know-
hardwire type of signal is going to run through that box and into the different homes.
Right. And I know that people were now, a little while after that, they were all like, oh, no, that box didn't mean much. I'm sorry, but that box meant much. And why was it torn apart? Why did they pull all the wires and stuff like that? It doesn't. Is that somebody just trying to make it look like, oh, hey, here's another piece of evidence? Like, I really don't think so. I mean, you're talking about yanking electrical stuff. People don't know. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what
I
kind
agree
of
with that
power or anything is in there. You know what I mean? So, to me, that was one big thing. What it was never talked about unless it was from one of the streamers, and then it kind of just went away, like everything else.
Well, didn't remind me if I'm wrong, but didn't they have those people at the very beginning that were doing the signs, but us, putting the signs out there, like remember at the beginning when those two guys went out there and they were putting up the signs like
Yep.
keep off or stay off, and they went up to that box and they looked at the box and then they did something, and then once they got their signs up, they left. I mean, there is a reason why that box cover was done the way it was done. And I don't
Right.
think that that's just something anybody would say, well, maybe somebody was just working on it, and the guy who's working on it out there in the hot sun and in that place forgot to
mad.
put the box on. Give me a break.
No.
Yeah.
That had something to do with this whole
Situation.
debacle. Yeah, because you also got to remember, just like the Devil Pup said in the streamers, in the chat, they said, you got to remember that everybody's went off.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's. So I think the first thing would be what would that affect? If we could find out what exactly that covers, that could explain why everybody's stuff went off.
Right.
We don't know what it is because we're not there. We don't know what it is. We think we know, but we don't know. But if we found out what that exactly did and what it serviced, then that would open the door to know exactly everybody had to do was everybody's stuff going down, you know, because I think it definitely was a plan. I don't think that was by accident.
Yeah, that's Sam Lamb. That was what we're talking about. Definitely had something to do with it. Phones, fiber optic cable, all that stuff. I mean, it was pulled apart and ruined for some reason. It wasn't like somebody drove down the street and said, "Oh, look at that box. Let's go pull those wires out." Because you don't know what you're pulling out. I mean, but anyways, but there did seem to be some objects in the neighborhood that, for me, seemed like they were planted in certain spots. Like, you remember JLR was out and he was walking and they found that coffee cup underneath the tree in that guy's yard. It was just perfectly sat there. Kind of odd to me. Like, just there's a coffee cup there, all sitting upright, normal, like somebody was just there drinking it.
And it had an initial too.
Yes, it did. It's kind of odd, isn't it?
It had an N on it.
Right.
Or no, a G. A G.
Yeah, it was like a G. I wonder why. Several neighbors reported that their home security device, such as Ring doorbell cameras, mysteriously showed history as not available or stopped working during the time frame when Guthrie vanished. True or false? Well,
that's what they said.
I think it could be both, Army Vet, because the security device, such as a Ring door cameras, mysteriously showed history as not available. Yes, because if you got rid of the Wi-Fi, then it's not recording or being sent anywhere that you want it to go to, whether it's your phone or the computer, whatever. But then the cameras stopped working? No, because it would still record. It doesn't matter if you have Wi-Fi for your home cameras, they're still going to record. You might not have history, but it will still record. And you'll still pick up sound from the house. The only way those stop working if there's no power to it.
Do you remember?
Some of them have batteries too.
No, I'm finna give y'all an instance when this happened. You remember the correspondence dinner at the White House?
Yep.
Same thing happened. They couldn't record nothing. They couldn't do nothing. Same technology.
Interesting.
Same exact technology. Remember they came out, hey, we couldn't, our phones wouldn't work. We have something, but
so like a scramble, you mean? Like there was something there to scramble it so you couldn't get, so the camera couldn't record.
But that leaves a signal.
Right.
In military wise, you have to use a signal to blind another signal.
Interesting.
So now the piece of equipment they would use, would that like block the whole neighborhood?
It doesn't matter. The signal will leave a signal on your equipment, like you're a hacker. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I got you.
So it doesn't matter the thing. I can go. That's why the FBI agents went to everybody's house.
Yep.
They was testing to see was that signal on their router, on their computer, who got hacked.
And we would never know.
Of course, now you know I asked.
Right. Yeah, no, we would never know.
Signal
could
be traced like a fingerprint, right? Right,
yes, every signal. Yeah. In the military, every signal.
See, this is the thing. These are the type of things. Like,
yes.
Could it have happened? Most definitely. Did it happen? Not sure, but yeah, I mean, these are the things.
Can't prove it.
Yeah, true. That's true.
This is what I like. This is absolutely a great panel. You know what I mean? This is
somebody knows. We just don't know.
Right, we don't know.
Exactly.
But this is what I like. We have military, both two military guys here, but Dog's already forgotten all his military stuff. Now we got the law enforcement, and Dee Dee, and then me and Doug are just, brilliant minds. Just we just think alike.
Yep.
Feed me info, Army Vet, whatever you do. So yeah, no, I like this. This is good. I mean,
no, that's very good, no doubt.
Yeah. So I mean, again, that box to me is huge. It just doesn't happen like out of the blue, right? It just doesn't happen. Sorry. And then
But you're
the
right. No
circle,
one's talking about it.
no, because
Out of sight,
it
out of
was
mind.
even the streamers though, like, yeah, it's got nothing to do with it. It's got nothing to do with it, but and they kind of just put it away because they're not going to get any info on it. But it's not like you said. It's not like the neighborhood kids were driving around and said, "Oh, yeah, let's tear that up." Well, I would have back in my day. Yes, I would have did that, but no, it had something to do with it. Whether or not it was just another obstacle to throw people off, it had something to do with it, right?
Or
I
we
mean,
would hear certain people or certain.
but then
Go ahead.
this is my other thing with that box. We saw every single day.
Yep.
We saw morning, noon, night, evening, overnight. I never saw anybody there working on it in any of the videos because everybody drove with a video to get there.
Right.
And I never saw anybody there working. Doesn't mean that we missed them while they were at the house, but it was right around the corner. And if any vehicle drove down the street, we knew about it. I mean, an ant could have walked by and all the guys were like, "Hey, here comes an ant." You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't have missed it.
And
So,
then you take the information that Justine has, and all transmissions in that neighborhood stopped on the 11th. And there's nothing that can be found after that. I don't know if you guys have all seen the records that she has, but trying to decipher that, I mean, I think it definitely plays a key in this. I don't know what it was.
yes, song in my hat. Come on, come out with it.
Well, she just did. Read it.
Secret nudist colony.
It's
you're
very
definitely-
possible.
You're definitely in a funny mood. Go for it. Yeah, you never know, man. It
Ah,
could be.
you're so crazy.
But it's still it and so Dog and Army vet and Doug, whatever. What is the reason that the church people and friends of Nancy were told to shut up? What
National
do they know
security.
that we don't?
National security.
What?
National
FBI,
security.
police. I'm sure the police called them like, be quiet, streamers, YouTubers, shut up. You don't want your face on YouTube. Be quiet, close the door. I'm sure the police gave them an explanation like, shut up.
Yeah, but for what reason though?
They don't want to be on YouTube. I'm sure they gave them all like, hey, you see what happened when you talk?
National security.
I'm telling you.
They can't say anything.
I honestly believe what Kat asked me a question. Why would SC say she didn't have camera footage?
Who?
I don't know who SC is. I think it's somebody
Oh,
on the
Sue
block.
Ellen.
Yeah.
Sue Ellen.
Anytime somebody tell me the whole block is working with the police and she's not working with the police, oh, she's working with the police.
And truthfully, I don't hurt it for Sue Ellen to have camera footage. I think she's a little too far away.
No, she right across the street.
I know, but she's at the top of the hill, though. I don't know if she, I mean, where Alex was sitting on the island, her house is to the, if he's looking down at Nancy's, her house is to the right, up in the back a little bit. I don't know what kind of camera footage he would have, but
Okay, I'll say it this way. Allegedly, they said some neighbor had camera footage, but they're
I'm
not
sure.
going to say who. No,
I'm
they
gonna
all
vote-
gave them their footage. They're
Yeah.
saying somebody caught something.
I'm
And
going to say
because-
it's the house next door.
I'm gonna say it's the one that's screaming the most. Ask law enforcement. It's always the one that's yelling.
Sue Ellen.
That is true.
But
There's
the
a
jet
reason.
lady's also
Yep.
screaming.
There's
There's
a reason.
always a reason.
Yep.
Yeah. It's such a strange thing to be dealing with right now. Like, I mean, look at us. You know what I mean? I can say every single one of my days of life here, I'm tired of talking about Nancy Guthrie. The case itself is just wearing on me, and it's like, I want to do other stuff, but no matter what we do, we can talk about 12 other cases, but in the end, we're always right back to Nancy.
Right back.
It doesn't change, which is understandable. It's the biggest case that's happening right now. Should it be the biggest case?
It's what your customers want.
That's exactly right.
And that's why we're here doing it. But I still I feel the same, and it's like every case that we are dealing with right now needs the same thing. And that's why, we're doing everything. But yeah, you're right though. Every time it comes in, we come back to Nancy. And I wish I had new stuff to report for you guys, but we have nothing new. Just what we think, and this is what makes it fun.
Yeah, she did. She did say, April, no, Doug. She literally told JLR she refused. She told JLR she wasn't giving her cameras. Remember, that's when we were talking about maybe they should just subpoena them.
I don't believe her.
Me either.
I think she's close with Nanos.
Yeah,
I really do.
No, I agree with you. I think she wasn't.
Like, she admitted on camera that she was the one that did the poop and the rocks.
Yeah.
That's a crime.
It's crazy.
Nothing done. How come?
But I don't deal with dog poop.
I don't want to eat. Well, I have a dog though, so
I'm intel.
Yeah. Did you But you know what I'm saying though? It was a crime, so nothing was done, and I understand probably why. But I really feel like she's in with Nanos or somebody in the state. Knows somebody, because she just kind of went off, and nothing happened. Like, nothing happened to any of the neighbors, but
I know police, and I interviewed them. They said that anybody in a major crime case want attention, give it to them.
yeah, and they did. Well, the YouTubers did.
So she knows something, because she wants them out of the way.
I
study
all the
body
neighbors.
language. It's fear. It's fear.
Yep.
That's all I get is fear.
And I think all the neighbors have an idea of what happened, or that at least some of them know, because they all acted the same way. Sue Ellen, the gem lady, those two. The ones walking by that were giving lip and stuff like that, I don't know how far away they live. A lot of those people, I don't know if they're down the street, a couple blocks away, whatever, but
I studied a lot of their body. You see a lot of guilty, a lot of shame, like how I didn't know my neighbor. You know what I'm saying? That's that type. How didn't I know? Like, yeah, I see a lot of.
And the ones that did know her or claimed to know her, those are the ones that let the YouTubers interview.
Yeah.
The ones that say, "Oh yeah, I knew Nancy. I know Nancy for a long time." Oh,
But you cannot be a neighbor. Yeah, you cannot be a neighbor and not feel guilty.
No,
without a doubt.
And I don't know. It bothers me because, I mean, unless all the neighbors are intimidated by the police or by the sheriff or by whoever, but man, speak up, man. There's a person missing.
Phyllis says, sending love and prayers for Ted. Don't understand why people choose to be so cruel and think it's okay. Well said, Phyllis Concha. Well said. Thank you for being here. Don't forget, everybody, to click, like, and subscribe to everybody's channel that's on this panel.
Hey,
the
thank
mods
you,
are putting
Kristen.
them on.
Thank you, Chris and Dee. I got a little alert going on at the 11th Signal Battalion. We got to go. I got to go right quick. Got to go. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Bye. See you.
God bless, brother.
Doug lost internet.
Did he?
Yeah, he says, dang, internet went down. I don't know if it's back, but he's typing, but I don't know if he's back.
Don't forget to click like and subscribe, everybody. Appreciate it.
Good live, Dee Dee. Good live.
Absolutely.
Thank God I came on. Thank God.
It's a good thing
Again,
you did, because I was just about ready to get off.
That's why he's mad at me now. I'll hear about it later.
But no, that's good though. That's good. It's been great, man. This has been a great discussion. A lot of people have come in,
Yeah.
and a lot of great questions have been asked. All right, Doug, let me know when you're ready. Come
She
back
had
in.
not seen Nancy for 8 years. That's crazy. Hey, did anybody find out about Groundsky?
I still haven't. Last I heard, I thought he went on
Thought it
vacation.
said vacation, but that was 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah,
I hope everything's good.
I pray everything's good. I tried texting him and get a hold of him, but just hear no answer.
Real Gate Watchers, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Gene 3857, I agree with you. Prayers for Ted. Tabitha, Dee Dee, did you hear the calls Juice posted on his live this morning? I didn't. Did anybody hear those calls?
The 911 calls? Or
I did not hear those calls. Which calls were they, Tabitha? Song in my heart, Nancy, hairdresser, would know a lot about her and her family. True.
So we were asking about Groundsky. Is that who you're talking about, Sam Lamb? Because I didn't. Does Groundsky have a channel? I don't remember.
No, that's Gorski.
Yeah, Gorski. I don't know who that is. Or
Yeah, I don't
Sikorsky.
either.
I don't know.
Welcome in, Real Gate Watchers. Welcome in. Don't forget to click and like and subscribe to the channels. It's all free.
It is all free.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting. Sam, let's see. Read that one there. Sam.
Righteous Monkey did stream titled "They Still Think I Am Porch Guy." Nanos has been actively harassing and on streamers. Does he really think streamers are perps and porch guy? I don't know. I never heard that.
Yeah, I did hear something about that, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's
I don't. I mean, you
yeah.
could be a lot, but hey, anything's possible.
Everything's possible. Anything. Real Gate Watchers. Thank you, DD. April. I also was asking about Groundsky. Just hoping they are okay. I agree.
Maybe they went on a 2-week vacay.
Yeah, and you know what? I remember when I heard him say something. I remember him saying it was going to be for a while.
Oh, so maybe that's why.
So he could be gone for a whole month for all we know.
Wait till he comes back the first time. He's like, "Hey, everybody's gonna be like, you okay, man? What happened? You all good?" He's gonna be like, "What? Whatever." But hey, what's his name? Doug's looking for the link, Dee.
Okay, here we go.
I guess we can keep going for a few. I gotta jump off at some point. Some stuff to do.
Got you.
Got a lot of homework.
Prayers.
Don't
Oleg,
forget.
you must listen to the calls of the cops about the streamers. Yeah, I just didn't hear it, but I'd like to hear that without a doubt. There's the link there, Doug.
Have you heard the interview that Ben Crump did with for Murder or Mistake?
For
Nolan
Murder
Wells'
what?
final hours tell a different story.
Okay. Play it.
You want to play it?
Why not?
Okay.
It's news.
Whatever you say, boss. See,
news,
he's the
brother.
boss. See what happens when really. I'm glad you guys were all here to see. When I mentioned video, he's like, "Well, play it." Jesus, you know what I'm saying? Do you see what I got to deal with every damn time?
I said it nicely. He always twists it.
That's what he claims nicely.
Thank you, Analyze Doug. Sorry, I thought you were laughing out loud. Confusion.
I saw the look. Don't worry. He looked directly into the camera. And
all right, we're gonna play this here for you. This is what Chris just put up here.
It's 1 day ago it was posted, so I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen this. Ben Crump.
Hmm.
Let's see what he has to say.
And he stays behind and doesn't ask for his phone.
On Friday, July 3rd,
Who are you?
18-year-old Nolan Wells cooked dinner for his parents.
He did.
With our experts and their experts, Attorney Eric Hertz is helping lead the investigation team with former
Hold the fort down for a
enforcement
second.
experts who are going to help us with the cell phone download. So everybody will be able to see at the same time what the cell phone has. We also talked about trying to make sure we dot every I and cross every T. I know that we're getting about 50 calls a day to 100 calls a day from people who were there on Horn Island, people who are familiar with individuals that were there on Horn Island. And so we continue to be steadfast in trying to get to the truth of why Nolan Wells is dead.
This is actually a common step in Mississippi, actually, when someone dies under suspicious or sort of unexplained circumstances, the grand jury will review the facts and decide whether there's enough evidence to bring any criminal charges. During Trayston's appearance on Good Morning America, he said he wanted people to understand one thing. He said, "We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind us. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Wanted to see his life so short." And he described several days as devastating, not only because he had lost one of his closest friends, but because he believed social media had turned the surviving friends into suspects before investigators had ever reached any conclusions. He said, "I'm tired of speculation, of not being able to talk. It's time for somebody to
Tucci,
start
how are you?
speaking up. I'm not just hurting because of Nolan. I'm also hurting because I call my friends and you can hear it in their voice that they are terrified of what these people will do to them. It's gone completely way too far." End quote. Yeah. So when I look at everything that we know so far, which means the timeline or the lack of timeline, it's still a confusing timeline. Was it 3 or was it 4? The boat was allegedly sinking at 4:30, right? The conflicting statements, Katie versus his friends, the number of unanswered questions keeps mounting without any answers, unanswered questions. So it's easy to understand why many of us have landed in very different places about what we believe happened to Nolan Wells on Horn Island. And honestly, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but I support Nolan's family. I support their desire to have these unanswered questions answered. I support their confusion and request to be part of the investigation.
Come on, lady.
I also feel for anyone that is innocent in this matter, any of Nolan's friends that are innocent. I hope they're doing okay with any online attacks. And
On August 1st,
Nothing. No. It's over. That was useless.
Yeah, that's Lauren for you.
Yeah, useless to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to find, because obviously he did that interview somewhere.
Who did an interview?
Huh?
Who did an interview?
Well, when she posted that, it was Crump on the front page when he was talking. Was it a lie or was it fake or was it whatever? But he did an interview about it somewhere.
Okay.
That's where she grabbed whatever she used from. So I'll have to look for it later and stuff. But yeah. So Dee Dee,
Yep.
I'm just gonna say this if you
Yep.
don't mind.
Go ahead.
Can we put a cap on the Ted and Madhu stuff?
Yeah, let's not. Go ahead. Put it out
Let's just end the Ted and Madhu stuff. you know, just to make it easier so we don't have to keep talking about it, because that's what brings the people here. So let's just, you know, let's just be done with it.
Okay.
You know, it's best for everybody, even you guys in the chat. Let me just remind you guys in the chat. Not only have streamers been getting bullied, but so haven't the mods and people in the chat. So, you know, let's just put it to rest. Because there is Sam Lem well said though, but let's just end it to be safe.
Yep. Sounds
And
good.
sorry if I have angered anybody, but let's just be done with
you're
it.
good. You're good.
Sam's Club was crazy. Cool. Good luck. Carol, there's my Carol. Yep. No, you're good, Sam Lamb. We had a whole discussion on it earlier. We're just kind of leaving things safe here and you know.
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, cool.
Absolutely.
No worries at all.
Nope, none. 42 in the chat. Let's click those likes. You got very good individuals with their channels. Please subscribe to them. I know our mods have put those channels out. Analyze Doug, talk with Chris, obviously Devil Dog, and you got also Army Metal and Bruce. So
that's going to be something on Monday. Tupac, the murder trial starts on Monday for Tupac.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I may stream it. Maybe. I don't mind streaming them, but I get really, really bored.
Am I echoing, Chris?
Not for me, no.
Okay. I think Pretty Little Clues was saying I was echoing.
I did see somebody else say that you were echoing a while ago.
Okay, thank you guys. I'll just keep me heads up. Appreciate that. Thank you, Pretty Little Clues.
Tupac on Monday. Fun and creative. Yeah, so yeah, man, we've covered so much. Manhunt underway in upstate New York. Oh. Doug.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the guy that killed his father in the house and then set the house on fire?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. I just heard about that one, though.
4 hours ago.
This morning, an
What's
urgent
going on,
warrant
Stacks?
for this man.
Welcome in.
In killing his father and setting fire to his upstate New York home.
I have a two-story ranch, fire in the basement and the first floor.
Police say 32-year-old Thomas Ryan is considered armed and dangerous, allegedly seen here on surveillance carrying chopped wood into his father Robert Ryan's home on Thursday. Then a loud bang before he's captured on doorbell camera, allegedly running away. The home engulfed in flames. Law enforcement sources telling ABC News they believe he set fire to the house to cover up the alleged murder of the 72-year-old found dead inside. New York State Police say he was seen in the Greenville area wearing a black t-shirt and sweatpants, driving this gray Toyota Prius. Investigators searching the quiet upstate New York area for any clues as neighbors are on edge.
It's just sad for the father.
The victim's daughter speaking to our station, WABC, about her father.
My dad was the definition of kind and generous.
She says her brother has had lifelong mental health issues and had stopped taking his medication.
If you're a family that's going through this and you fear this, advocate as loud as you can because your worst fear could come true. I'm living it.
Now, state police say if you see him or that gray Prius, do not approach, call 911. His sister's message this morning, fight for mental health help.
Oh no, I'm running him off the road.
Oh my goodness, that is so heartbreaking. All right, Ike, thank you so much.
See? Mental health everywhere.
The video is terrifying. It shows how chaotic it was as a mass shooting unfolded. And authorities say bystanders stepped up and their heroic actions saved countless lives. We want to warn you, the video you are about to watch
this is the In and Out shooting.
This
Okay.
morning, officials releasing stunning
This
new
guy?
surveillance and body camera video from that deadly shooting spree beginning at an In-N-Out in Twin Falls, Idaho. 10 people were shot. 3 of them died from their injuries.
What's happening? What happened? What's happening?
Police say 24-year-old Chad Williams is seen here, arriving at the drive-thru and emerging with a weapon, fatally shooting a worker through the payment window. He then shoots and kills the driver in front of his car. Inside the restaurant, you can see employees scrambling, ducking for cover, and running for their lives. An
Unbelievable.
off-duty state trooper helps them evacuate and fires back at the suspect.
Heroically and unbelievably, this trooper also assisted responding officers, leading them towards the last known direction of the shooter.
Hello, Buttercups. Welcome in.
To provide security until he could be released.
Is this the guy that got
Authorities
on the
also
walkway?
commending Good Samaritans, including former Twin Falls police officer Austin James, who ran towards the gunfire and drew his own weapon, getting shot by the suspect. Armed civilian Jordan Salinas also firing shots.
As soon as some rounds started coming at him, everything changed. Immediately, all that, all that bravado he had immediately crumbled.
The gunman running to a nearby Tesla charging station where he shot 3 people, killing Dale Schultz. He then heads toward a visitor center where those inside are taking cover. Once the gunman exits, police say an employee bravely distracted him long enough for others to escape.
To that young man, you are a hero. Your courage, your composure, your selflessness, in that moment likely gave others the time they needed to escape harm.
Moments later, the shooter fires at the employee and runs away.
Hey, police! Can you hear me?
Christ.
Okay, you see man? Where'd he go? That way?
Police eventually coming face to face with the gunman.
Hey! Show me your hands!
The shooter died at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Families in this area, with what should have been a normal Saturday afternoon, dealt with the worst thing imaginable. Our hearts are with every victim and family that are now carrying the weight of this tragedy.
Although officers say they at first investigated a potential second shooter, they believe the suspect acted alone. Officials say they are still investigating a motive. Rachel.
Just incredible courage from those Good Samaritans. Okay,
insane.
Jacqueline, thank you.
The video is terrifying.
Crazy, man.
Very.
Take me home.
We now go to Brimfield Township,
Yeah, I'm
Ohio.
not watching the intoxication.
For the first time tonight, we're hearing from a man who
What was that on Springfield Township,
is
Ohio?
running a drug operation.
Chris?
Oh my God.
This one?
Take me home.
We now
Something
go
with
to Brimfield
Springfield,
Township,
Ohio.
Ohio, where County Judge Rebecca Doherty isn't presiding over her courtroom. She's making demands at the local police station.
Do me a favor and have a seat so we can do our job.
Oh, Larry
I'm not going to
Lambert.
call anybody yet. Okay, we have stuff we have to do.
I'm
Down.
going to tell you now to call Lieutenant Lindbergh now.
Have a seat,
Call him.
or I'm going to
Used
put
to
you
be
in
a
the
judge.
cell.
So why is this judge so aggravated? Let's go back earlier in the night.
Hello?
An officer's body camera records as he approaches an SUV that's crashed off the side of a snow-covered road.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
What's going on? Ma'am, you've got vomit down here in your door. 300 deal. Have you been drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have your ID handy?
I'm Becky Doherty. I'm a judge.
Your judge?
To be more specific, she is the county's common pleas court judge, 55-year-old Rebecca Doherty.
Kidding me?
Am I kidding about what?
I am absolutely out of my mind with.
You're intoxicated. You.
I am so intoxicated.
The officer's body cam continues to record as the judge is escorted into booking.
Oh my God. Take me home. Okay,
Have a seat.
let me call Lindbergh.
Have a seat.
No.
Rebecca,
Call.
listen. This whole thing is being recorded. Do not do something you are going to regret
Call
tomorrow.
Larry Limbert is actually Major Larry Limbert of the county sheriff's office.
Do me a favor and have a seat so we can do our job.
Call Larry
I'm not going to call anybody yet. Okay, we have stuff we have to do. Will you please have a seat? You're trying to walk out the door and you're almost falling down. Can you
I'm
please
not
have a seat?
falling down.
Have a seat.
Call Larry Lindbergh.
Rebecca, I will put you in one of the cells.
Okay,
I'm
call
trying
Larry
really
Lindbergh
quick.
now.
Have a seat.
Call him now. Call him now.
And that's not the judge's only request.
What can I do for you?
Drink,
Okay.
water.
We just literally told you 10 seconds ago that we're getting you a drink of water. He's out front right now getting you the
Not
glass.
10 seconds ago. I want drink of water now. Thank you. Call Larry Linder.
I tried him. He didn't answer.
Really?
Do you want the water? The
Yeah,
water?
I do.
Okay.
Larry Lindbergh.
Okay.
Larry Lindbergh.
After refusing to take a breathalyzer, Judge Doherty is charged with operating a vehicle while under the influence of alcohol.
Give me my phone so I can make a phone call.
Okay. Your phone is in a puddle of vomit in your car, which is
I
on the
get
side of,
it.
can I finish? Which is on the side of the road.
Is this close
that
to you, Dee
crashed into.
Yes.
It's about
Trying to get it
an
out.
hour and a half, 2 hours
In
south.
They are not able
It's in
to-
between Columbus.
So your phone is.
Yeah,
off.
it's about
You have access to it.
about an hour and a half, 2 hours south of
and
on 75
jail.
from me.
Presiding judge reduces.
I heard about this lady.
$5 and 3 days in jail. Her driver's license is suspended for a year, and she's ordered to complete a driver's intervention program.
See, they reduced it to 3 days.
This morning.
Yeah, anybody else would have been hammered.
This man suspected of.
Oh yeah, 880 into.
I was doing good, Your Honor. I really was.
The video is terrible.
That's crazy, man.
Let's call entitlement, man.
Reporter claims
People
Nancy
think they're so entitled.
Yeah, the judges, they're, you know.
Yep.
of modified wrench attack as scammers attempt to extort Savannah Guthrie. Nancy Guthrie's disappearance may have been a wrench attack to extort Savannah Guthrie.
Well, who said they were extorting Savannah?
I have no idea. That's the first time. I know that was brought up a couple times.
Just the ransom note is
Yeah.
telling them, hello, Savannah? Because they went where the money is, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah. There's so many of
Michael
these-
Ruiz claimed Nancy was a high net worth proxy target due to her relation to the Today host. It is an interesting theory, and there have been a couple of reports recently about this type of attack and how they're on the rise, he told Fox News Digital's podcast August 6th. A wrench attack came from a meme about getting assets by force. It came from a meme about a hacker who couldn't figure out how to hack somebody's password and said, "I'll just go hit them with a wrench until they tell me," he explained. And the idea is you go and do physical violence on someone to get their password or their money or whatever you want from them. It's modified for Nancy as she lacks the wealth. Nancy's not the crypto keeper, he noted. Savannah's the one with the money. And the theory is that they would go after Savannah's vulnerable mother to extort Savannah. This seems plausible as it doesn't appear random. It does seem strange that this would be some sort of random act where they found her in the middle of this area.
So this is her.
Thank you, April, and thank you, Buttercups, for the membership. Appreciate you and always supporting the channel.
It's not long to the mountains.
Where's that at?
This is Nancy's house.
Okay.
That's Nancy's.
That's a pretty good shot right there.
Yeah, I like that shot.
I like it.
Look, it's not too far from the mountains.
Nope.
Right, there's Mount Lemon.
What'd they say? 45 minutes from the border? Didn't say what they said?
I think from Nancy's house to the border, I think it's more like an hour and change, I thought. Maybe. But
Yeah,
the military
probably
base,
so.
yeah, I think it's that. But the military base is 10 minutes away.
Right.
That is crazy.
And because, yeah, but that is, so this neighbor right here, but I don't remember if this is the vacant house or not. This one is the one behind. But if this neighbor had cameras, then this neighbor could see something. A little bit of something anyways. Depending on where the cameras were. Oh, I wish it had another one. But that is a cool picture though. I like that. But yeah, there's a lot more houses in here than I thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that big time.
I didn't think there was this many. Like, I mean, I know they got some separation, but, and then there's the house that's down next to Nancy on this side, And then the gem ladies the following house. And then I don't know whose house this is over here because Llewellyn's is to the left side of the road, but up to the end though. But did you guys watch Patriot Pride the other night at all?
I was busy. No,
it's tough to watch because of all the issues he was having, but they did bring up the panel vans. Doug, did you last that long?
I didn't.
They brought it. Remember
No.
how somebody reported seeing a panel van that was maybe scouting out the area a few days before it happened and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm. I remember the box truck and the white van.
Yeah. So Patriot Pride, he found both people had panel vans at in where did they do the arrests? What the hell's the name of that place?
Rio Rico.
Yeah,
Rio
Rio
Rico,
Rico, where they live down there. 2 vanel pans found in each one of their houses in the driveway.
Two panel vans?
2 panel vans, yeah. And one of them's the delivery that he did. He was delivering for, I think it was a private delivery for UPS or whatever it was. One of the pictures of the panel van at his place had lettering on it. Then the other picture of the same van had no lettering on it. But you could tell it was the same from the certain things on the van, like hubcap missing on the front right, and there was something else in the back, and it was all matching, but both different. One had the name, and then the other one, it was gone. So he was able to pull that stuff up, but it's just kind of weird that both people had a panel van in their driveway. So, but yeah. So again, who knows
where she lives, the host assessed. It seems to defeat any logic to think that this was just some random kidnapping. Nancy appeared forced It seems to
see this window right here with the blind?
Mm-hmm.
A few weeks ago, when they went by, you see this blind and it's tore up. It's like destroyed in the window.
Yeah.
And everybody was trying to find out like what the hell, why, and who's in there to be tearing it up. And
defeat any logic to think that this was just some random kidnapping. Nancy appeared forcibly removed from her home early February 1st after a figure appeared on doorbell camera days earlier. 2 ransom notes followed. The first demanded $4 million in Bitcoin. The second said Nancy perished and was buried in nature. Michael said the note sender may never have met the captor. These wrench attacks are very split into 2 camps. There's the brain behind it. They call him the mastermind, the criminal thinker. And then there's the muscle who is hired and is a collaborator and carries out the actual physical violence, he added. And they don't actually have to be in proximity. Michael and Donna discussed how the note's wording suggests a foreign sender. In a wrench attack, a tech-savvy scammer abroad could hire muscle elsewhere. This is a little bit more elaborate, he continued. When you look at how they haven't been able to trace the ransom notes back to an individual, you've got to think that they may be pretty tech-savvy. However, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos may not buy the theory as the investigation passes 6 months. I asked the sheriff about it. He didn't have much to say. I think it's a plausible possibility, Michael said. I don't think it's a focus of the investigation, at least in the sheriff's words.
Oh. Hi, it's great to meet you.
hey, thanks. So yeah, that's some crazy stuff. But hey, listen, I think I'm gonna have to wrap this up. I got some stuff
I agree,
man.
man. I think we've been on long enough.
Yeah, and 5 o'clock comes up quick, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are you off again tonight?
No, I'm not going anywhere tonight.
Okay.
I'll be here. I'll be at the house.
Are you coming on at 5?
Yeah, let's do 5.
What do you want to cover? Open chat.
Let's
whatever
look up
we can
into
find.
that. What was that case you were talking about?
The hangings.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Let's look up on that and see what we can find in about 2 hours or so.
Okay.
All
Doug,
right.
are
Sounds
you
good.
down with that, Doug? All right.
I'm down with that. Yeah.
All right. Let's
All
do
right.
that, and then we'll go on from there. See you guys at 5.
Sounds good. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for being
Later,
here.
everybody. Later, Devil Pup.
Bye.
Semper Fi,
Appreciate
dog.
you.
See you
Appreciate
boys
you,
in a
Riz.
few. All
God
right.
bless you, bud.
Absolutely.
See
Appreciate
ya.
you, Doug.
God bless.
All right, everybody. We're going to go ahead and end this live stream. We'll be back in 3 hours. We're going to be covering some of the things that are going on in Mississippi. So look forward to seeing you all back at 5 o'clock. We will have our panel again. I thank you so much, April and Buttercups, for always supporting the channel. You guys are amazing. Thank you, everybody, all the subscribers and all the literally lurkers, as they would call them. You're all welcome here. Everybody's opinion matters here. So if you want to come and have a good conversation, this is the place to be. I thank you all so much. God bless you all. It's all common sense, everybody. Everything is common sense. See you all. Semper Fi.